the Acuna, that's
a really good team.
That's a good move if you can pull that off.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see when business cranks back up for baseball. And for all you people that were griping and moaning about my comment about Tim Hudson's years in the A's that nobody saw, don't go by Tim Hudson with the Braves. Tim Hudson years with the A's, better career than Andrew Jones. I'll stick to that one as we go to the Baseball Hall of Fame tonight. College football and basketball tomorrow. Good luck to Auburn and Alabama on the road. Andy Kennedy on our show today is podcasted at nextroundlive.com. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Welcome in. It is the next round. Along with Lance Taylor, I'm Ryan Brown. Dunaway out today, Rockstar. And Scott Forrester making us sound and look good. Lunsford will be back tomorrow from the World Series of Poker. I haven't got an update from him. Rockstar, have you?
I have not gotten an update.
I got one
the
last
second
night.
part. I know the first part he got knocked out early.
Swing and a miss, second part.
Oh, geez.
I mean, just based on Twitter. I didn't get a personal update,
Right.
but, maybe
today's the day then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Keep trying, right?
He continues to say he's winning everything back with blackjack.
Well, that's good. At least it's not an entire loss for him.
Yeah, blackjack doesn't favor the house at all. I don't know how he's doing that, but
Why not do some
power to
roulette?
Coming up on the show today, the Coach Wimp Sanderson. We'll talk about those weird basketball games last night. Would you say it was a weird night of basketball for
It was
the state
almost
team?
it was
Almost a disastrous night.
Yeah, catastrophic for the state. This Alabama team. I'm going to be the first. I'm crediting
here we go.
myself
All right, I'll back
with
off.
saying the first in the country that Auburn was the best team in basketball.
Okay.
And you're going to have hiccups like that because teams are going to come to play, and you're going to have off shooting nights. Auburn shot 30%, by far their worst from the field in a season. Alabama, we're going to be able to do what we typically do.
Good. Was last night big?
Here we go. No,
They
it
went
wasn't
from-
disastrous.
Yeah.
They went from a projected 5 seed yesterday. I haven't looked at any bracketology today.
I don't know if Lenardi is updated even.
I will just tell you, the way they're playing right now and the schedule coming up, there's a chance Alabama misses the tournament.
Rockstar, you didn't get to do it at all last year with Alabama.
Well, like last year, y'all were saying, "Oh, we don't have to do that anymore.
We
actually got
don't.
a
We
coach.
didn't last year.
We don't have to do that anymore. We're not going to do this game. It's important to be on the bubble."
Just
All
let me
right,
say
well-
this. I was thinking to myself at halftime, Brown.
Okay.
I was like, they're still going to win this game. This is Georgia.
No, I
They're-
thought the same thing.
They'll come out with a ton of energy.
Yep.
They've got better players, and they will win this game. But I was thinking at halftime, if they don't win this game to a Georgia team who, by the way, it's been 11 months since they had won an SEC game last February, by the way. This Georgia team, awful, was 5-14, 0-6 in conference. The last team that I can remember a complete meltdown where they had it locked in to go to the NCAA tournament, it was Clemson years ago. They started out 18-0.
Who was the coach then? Do you remember? Was it
The Brad Brownell guy,
was that
maybe?
who it was?
Maybe.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
But they
Continue.
started at 18-0, and I think some people might remember this. I think they were a top 3 team, and the bottom fell out, and they ended up one of the last out of the tournament, starting 18-0. Now, obviously, Alabama didn't start 18-0, but when you beat Gonzaga and Houston, 2 legit teams in back-to-back games, and now you're losing to Missouri and Georgia, this has become a problem.
It is a problem. And I did think of Rockstar as that game ticked down and went final last night, Rockstar. I thought of the...
Do you agree on bubble now?
I do, yes. I absolutely
Yes,
do.
we're back.
Yes, I thought of you, Rockstar. You were one of the things I thought of as I'm watching the end of that game.
We took a COVID year off, and now we're back.
Yeah, is your mouse working, Lance?
Okay, I
I'd
charged
say
this
give
son
up
of a
on it.
bitch last night, and it doesn't work now. Do
Yeah.
these things just break?
You know
or-
what? You know what'll probably help is you tapping on it and slamming it on the
hitting
table
on the
like you were.
ground.
Yeah, I would think you've been doing that for 5 minutes.
What
It's
is
not
the,
working.
the
That's not going to
lifespan
fix
of a
it.
mouse? It's the first time I've ever had a wireless mouse.
I don't know. I've
We've
never
been around,
used one of those
what,
in my life.
6 months,
Yeah.
possibly?
Yeah.
We're gonna have to get you a wired mouse.
I don't want a wired mouse.
He doesn't want a wired
this thing
mouse.
was working fine.
Can you not just use the finger pad?
You know what? It's back after I hit it. Okay.
Oh God, That's all
Proceed.
he
It
needs
really is.
Yeah,
That was the only encouragement he needed.
yeah.
I swear it's working now.
Maybe the Bama team needs Lance's hand.
Yeah, can you go over there and swat around Javon Quinterly and
We brought back
Nate
Bama
Oates.
and Bourbon yesterday.
Right.
And it's
Bama and Bourbon's up, by the way.
I
New
appreciate Brown
episode.
does a great job at editing that. We put it out last night. I retweeted it. So tell your friends it is back. But we talked Alabama football, and then we transitioned to basketball. And moving forward, at least for the next couple of months, it will be Alabama basketball. We both said this is a get-right game. You don't lose to Georgia. You can't
That is
lose to
right.
Georgia.
Yeah, the
Aaron
both-
Suttles brought up what a lot of people have said, Brown. All Alabama has got to do is go 500 in this conference with what they've already achieved out of conference. Your problem now is you are 500 in conference. You've got a game coming up with Baylor this weekend. You ain't winning that game.
Okay, tell me what they're going to do in their next 3. Give me their record.
You ain't beating Auburn on the road.
Well, the easy thing to do.
You ain't losing, or you ain't beating Kentucky. You're losing the next 3 games.
The easy thing to do is say they go 0-3. Do you really believe that?
I really
there's
believe that.
zero chance. Give me a % chance they win.
Well,
one
is
of the
Ty
games.
Washington going to be back?
I don't know. He did not play last night.
Struggled, down the stretch with Mississippi State.
Yeah.
They almost blew that game last night, but still too much talent. Kentucky was able to prevail. But I would think by first week of February, Ty's going to be back. He's going to be healthy.
They're a good team with him.
In Coleman. Alabama's a different team in Coleman. They play Baylor. Let's just say they get one of the 3. They ain't getting 2 of the 3.
Okay. Give me a % chance on one of the 3.
40%.
Oh, that's better than I thought you were about to say. 40% they win one of the 3.
Yeah.
2 of the 3.
10%.
3 all 3. They sweep.
1%.
1% chance. Not even a 0 out of you.
No, if they win all 3 and then they're 16-7, they're going to be a top 15 team.
Yeah, well, yeah, I would agree.
I don't think, and then they got to go to Ole Miss. I think we forget that Ole Miss is one of these kind of on the fringe, borderline teams that can beat anybody on a given night.
Yeah, where are they in the Ken Palm right now?
Ole Miss, I would say in the 60s.
There's Arkansas at 40. UAB still hanging in at 43. By the way, Alabama dropped to 19 last night in the Ken Palm. I think they were 14th.
That's still high, man.
It is.
So, I mean, they're still squarely, strongly, whatever word you want to use.
Firmly
In
the tournament?
Yes. They are firmly in the tournament. They are trending in a awful direction. So anyway, I think they lose the next 3, maybe 4. Then they've got Arkansas, who's starting to peak at the right time. Mississippi State, a team they've already lost to. They go to Kentucky. I'm going to say it here. Alabama does not make the tournament.
Hot take.
That is a hot take. I don't know if it's possible with it. They're 19 still in Ken Palm.
They are 19 in Ken Palm, yep.
I don't know if you can fall that far out.
Well, I mean, you got to think about it, though. Like in the net, I think mainly you got to be in the top 30. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because there are so many automatic bids. You're only taking in, 26 non-automatic teams, 26 at-large teams. So just being in the top 64 isn't what you need. Let me see where they are in the net.
Okay, as you do that, I'm going to go we'll go wins and losses based on where they're going to be number-wise in Vegas.
They're 25th in the net. That is Rockstar firmly.
Bubble.
Yes.
Bubble.
Okay, so they're going to be an underdog to Baylor slightly. Baylor wins that game. They're going to be an underdog to Auburn. Auburn wins that game. They're now 13-9.
Right.
They're going to be a slight favorite against Kentucky, slight, like 1 or 2. I still think they lose that game, 13-10. At Mississippi State, I think they lose that game 13-11. I think they beat Arkansas 14-11. Beat Mississippi State 15-11. Lose to Kentucky 15-12. Beat Vanderbilt 16-12. Beat South Carolina 17-12.
Oh, you're in at that point.
Beat 18-12. I think they're 18-13 to end the season, and then
it's SEC tournament. Yeah, 18-13 probably get you in with that schedule. They got the number 1 schedule in America.
Yeah. So I take that back. I take it back, Alabama.
Okay,
fans.
no, you've said it now. It's on tape. Rockstar's got it.
But I do think we'll have fun with Rockstar down the stretch. Anyway, to the problems at hand, Brown, there's zero energy.
Right.
Nate Oates was in the locker room an hour after the game before he came out to talk to the media.
Right. We're about to hear what he said when he came out. Yeah.
Well, then I'll save it. But when we can go through the issues that Alabama's got right now.
Yeah, and we'll get to Auburn next. But here is Alabama basketball coach Nate Oates. As Lance said, a long time preaching to that team, trying to, I don't know what he was doing in that locker room talking to the team, but he eventually came out and met the media. Weirdly, Rockstar's had a yoga ball in the background.
That was one of those little bouncy stretch balls, I'm guessing.
So we got a bouncy stretch ball, as Rockstar describes, into the background of Nate Oates trying to make any kind of sense out of this loss at Georgia. Here's the Alabama coach.
I thought we had some hard playing guys out there tonight, but some of the turnovers were a little mind boggling. I don't have an answer on some of them, to be honest with you. I'm going to have to look at the film on some of them, but there was a variety of stuff, throwing the ball out of bounds. We had some charges. We knew that they would take charges. So some of that's maybe too aggressive, but we've got to clean them up. It's hard to win a game with 19 turnovers.
It is hard to win a game with 19 turnovers. There was one more. Hang on, Rockstar. We'll go back to Nate Oates in 1 second. I gotta find the one that Scott had. Give me cut 6, Rockstar. Nate Oates cut 6, and we'll get to Lance's observation about this. Because here's where Alabama is. I never thought Nate Oates would have to be answering questions like this season. Here's the Alabama coach after that brutal loss last night.
I'm never going to give up on a team. I think we had some heartfelt conversations in the locker room. I think some guys know that stuff needs to be changed. We referenced UCLA losing 4 straight before they went on a run, and they're one play away from playing in the national championship game. They lost 4 games in a row to close the regular, 3 in a row to close the regular season, 1 in the Pac-12. They lost the first round of Pac-12 tournament, and then they went on a run. So we're never going to stop coaching, stop trying to fix what's wrong. We're going to try to get the right guys on the floor, get them to play the right way. We've shown the ability of this team. We've shown the capability of this team early in December. We just haven't played well here in January.
All right. So, Lance, tell us about Red Mont Vodka, and then give me your thoughts on what Nate Oates is saying.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind the brand that is Red Mont Vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Red Mont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, never a harsh aftertaste. Pick it up today, local package store, beverage place, pink package, also your ABC stores. It's Red Mont Vodka. So they missed 12 of their final 16 shots over the last 8 minutes. We talked about perimeter shooting, which this is the basis of a Nate Oates offense.
Yep.
They can't hit shots right now. Quinterly was 1 of 7 from 3. He's now 8 of 48 in conference games. He's shooting 17% behind the arc.
And last year, I mean, that's the crazy thing about it. Last year, he was really good at it. And now, I mean, he has lost his shot and lost his starting spot.
They entered the game 285th in Division I in shooting the 3. They were 3 of 18 in the second half, 9 of 34 for the game. Do you know, and I said this on the Bama and Bourbon podcast yesterday, the last time they hit more than 9 threes in a game?
I heard you say this, and Aaron guessed Gonzaga, and that wasn't the worst guess in the world. I mean, he was only off by a couple games.
Well, it was 2021. It was Davidson.
Yep.
It was back on December 21st. But it's been 8 consecutive games now that they have not hit more than 9 threes in a game. And again, they hit 9 last night. And, you know, when you're chunking it up, you've got to be able to hit some of these perimeter shots. That's not the only problem. They're not playing the typical defense that you see with the Nate Oates
Yeah,
squad.
as Paul continues to point out to us, 75 points scored. They won every game last year.
Yeah.
I think this is now, I think Paul said the 6th or 7th loss where they've scored 75 points.
You just give up 82 to a bad Georgia team.
The worst team in the conference.
Yeah, so they're not playing defense. They're not playing with energy. I really thought that Alabama, and I thought about laying the 14. And by the way, as they go off as a 14-point favorite, did you realize now Alabama has multiple losses this season as a 14-plus point favorite? There's only one other team in college basketball to do that. And if you can guess it, I'll let you shoot me between the eyes right now.
Oh, my.
Rockstar, y'all can beat me with a stick like Corey Stahl got beat in the first episode of Homeland. Y'all can beat me to death on the set.
Let's reset the
You said
question
shot
here.
between the eye the first time.
Yeah,
so.
I want to shoot you between the eyes.
Well, y'all don't have a gun in here.
Oh, we'll get one.
Okay.
We'll have one by the end of the show.
So there are 2 teams in Division I basketball
Right.
as 14-point favorites that have lost the game outright this year.
Okay.
Alabama is one of those teams.
All right. Rockstar, your guess first. Scott's going to guess too. Ask Scott first. Does he want to shoot
Y'all
Lance
don't
between
look
the
at
eyes?
the board because somebody might get this.
All right, I'm not
I really
looking
don't want to
at the
get
board.
beaten with a stick today.
Ask first of all, is Scott going to beat him with a stick or shoot him between the eyes if he gets this right?
Does he have his boots on today?
He's got a gun.
He's got a gun. Right? And what's Scott's guess? Does Scott have a guess? I'm not looking. You got to be a 14-point favorite. That's hard to do anyway.
You guys will never guess.
Oh, you
Again, that's
say
why
that.
I'm offering up my life to nothing, not even lunch.
I'm getting a question mark from Scott.
Oh, he doesn't have a guess.
Now,
You?
Farmfolio has posted this. You guys do not cheat on my life, okay?
All right, I will not. Rockstar?
I'll go with Washington.
Is it Washington?
It is not Washington.
Okay, you're
I
safe
don't think
there.
Washington's been a 14-point favorite this year.
No idea.
Not at all. I am going to go with Manhattan.
It is not Manhattan. I don't know if they've been a 14-point favorite this year.
Scott has no guess. Just
Yeah, no
say a program,
I'll
Scott, just in
I'll
case.
give you a hint. Nick Saban.
Toledo?
Oh, it's I got completely wrong there. I got thrown off.
Kent State. No,
Kent
he's Kent State. Kent
Yeah.
State.
I was going to say that.
No, you weren't. Kent State. So
Kent
that's the
State.
only Alabama and Kent State have done that this whole season?
Yep. Good job, Hunter, in the Farmfolio chat room.
You get to kill Lance.
No, he does not.
That was only us.
He's gonna beat
that
it with
was
a
you
stick.
guys.
Come on,
Sorry,
Brian.
I knew you wouldn't be able to guess. But, I mean, that's embarrassing.
It is.
I mean, it really is. I mean, that was a get-right game. That's when you go out, you build confidence, you build that lead. You let guys go out there with a 10, 15-point lead. Those threes, that basket's a little bit bigger. And this is a game that you roll off this momentum into this Baylor game, and instead, now you're falling in the wrong direction. And Baylor last night against Kansas State looked like the Baylor team that was number 1 earlier this year.
Here they come.
They won by 25 against a scrappy K-State team.
All right, before we get to the Coach Wimp Sanderson, let's go to Auburn now. The Tigers, I mean, the first thing I see, unless I'm wrong, unless I got like stuck in a time warp somewhere, the Bama game ends. Did they get to the Auburn game late or something like that? Or maybe I had to get up and do something. I can't remember. The first thing I see of Auburn, Missouri is Auburn's down like 12-2.
Yeah.
And I said, you got to be kidding me on the same night this is going to happen? Auburn's going to have to fight for a win at Missouri or lose the game. Alabama's lost to Georgia.
I never believed that Auburn was going to lose that game until maybe the final couple of minutes, and then KD just takes the game over. And is good. And, I said, I think one of the problems, or not one of the problems, if you go back to the Final Four team, Auburn might have had the advantage at guard, but when you watch KD and the way he's playing right now, and then Green coming off the bench, and that was a big loss, 13 minutes to go, he goes to locker room, doesn't come back, and ends up with only 6 off the bench. But KD Johnson, and they pointed this out on the broadcast, Kessler and Smith, they're going to get the highlight, all the headlines, but the heart of this team is KD Johnson. And his and one is what really changed the momentum, put Auburn up for good there late.
Yeah.
And, that final possession, I don't know what you thought about Quanzo Martin not fouling. I didn't think it was a problem. I think he played great defense. If you get that rebound, you've still got about 4 seconds to go.
And I wanted to talk to Wimp about this. So let's, because he's coached. I thought the opposite, actually. I thought you had a clock in your head, and at a certain point, if you haven't created a turnover, you got to foul to leave yourself more time. I know you're only down 1, so you hate to give points at that point. I get that. But I think they used a strategy where everything had to go perfect. You've got to...
Well, you got to make sure you get the rebound.
That's it. And that's what I'm saying. You got to force Auburn either in a shot clock violation, a turnover, or force them to shoot earlier than they want to, which you can't really do. Then if they do shoot and miss, you have to get the rebound, and you got to get it right away. You can't scramble for it, have to run, save it back inbound.
Because really the best case best scenario in that situation is you get the rebound cleanly.
Call timeout.
You call timeout.
And set up my play. But then...
And then you're able to win the game.
But even with that strategy, you only get 1 shot. Because in those situations, you kind of like to leave time for a shot and a follow just in case you miss, right? So even with that strategy, you only get 1 shot.
But now it's unfortunate that KD misses that shot because Kessler just getting his hands on the ball, tipping it around.
Game over.
Game was over.
That's right. So it had to go perfectly. That's what I didn't like about the strategy, is that you're employing a strategy that has everything's got to fall perfect for you for that strategy to work.
Yeah, look, and I didn't have a problem with the other way. I think they were being a little more adventurous hanging it out there by letting Auburn actually run this thing down. Because if you foul, the worst case is you make both free throws. You still can tie this thing and take it over.
It's a 1-possession game no matter what you do. So I don't know. They were in a tricky spot there with that much time on the clock. All right, here is Bruce Pearl. So Nate Oates had a yoga ball above him. Is Bruce in a dungeon, Rockstar?
It looks like he's a prison
He's
cell.
a hostage.
I mean, my God.
That looks like county lockup.
Blink twice, Bruce. We'll come save you. Here is the Auburn basketball coach after the narrow victory at Missouri.
Our kids, they saw Ole Miss jump out to a big lead at Ole Miss and make shots and play inspired when we went there ranked like 4th. And again, they saw the same thing tonight against Missouri. It's a long year. And I felt going into tonight that we've been grinding so hard that at some point there could be a letdown. And maybe we had a little bit of a letdown tonight because we weren't very sharp offensively, but a team with a lesser character, would not have been able to come back and win this game.
Yeah, I see. I like that because it was a character test, and you could almost feel this coming. We talked about it on the show yesterday. You expend so much energy beating Kentucky, getting to number 1. That was such an amazing moment. You've heard how great you are all week. And now you got to take a road trip to what can be a difficult place to play. And Missouri is not great, but they're not horrible.
I give Martin a lot of credit, man. He's got these guys at least playing hard.
Yeah.
It's the opposite of what Tom Crean had at Georgia.
Right.
Now, maybe Georgia plays a little bit harder coming off that win against Alabama, but Missouri, at least each and every time out, they're sitting at 2-5 in conference at 8-11 overall. They're at least playing, scratch and claw basketball. And you did have a feeling that Auburn was going to come out and they were going to be flat. And look, you're not going to see Jabari Smith go 2 of 15.
Yeah, that's as bad an offensive night as he'll have until he's in the NBA, maybe.
Probably so.
Yeah.
So, Auburn just, shooting 30%. That was just a an awful night. But the good news is you survive it.
Yep, you survive it. You know, to use the parlance of March, you survive in advance. For the Auburn Tigers, you're still the number one team in the nation. All right, the Coach Wimp Sanderson is coming up next after Lance tells us this.
Our good friend Greg from Pell City. Dunaway typically tells you about Greg, but I know Greg well. I've known him for years. He even texted me, he hated the fade pass to Van Jefferson this past weekend against the Tampa Bay Bucks. Look, well-respected roofing contractors, some of the most respected roofing contractors in the industry, Storm Restoration and Greg from Pell City. We visited with Greg. I recommend Restoration Roofing to all my friends. Over the years, my buddy Chief had a problem with roof damage just last spring. I got him in touch with Greg. Greg cleared everything up. Locally owned for over 20 years, A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. What I think is the best warranty in the industry, Storm Restoration Roofing. The insurance companies, they trust these guys, so you can too. If you haven't had your roof inspected in the last few years, especially after these recent storms, you need to call Greg Nelson today. Write the number down, 205-542-3531. That's 205-542-3531 for a free no-cost inspection. You can also look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook, Greg from Pell City with Restoration Roofing.
All right, when we return, we'll ask the coach how he would have played that last possession if he had been the Missouri coach. We'll ask the coach, what do you do to get Alabama out of this kind of funk if you were coaching this team, if it had been a team that was in a funk when you were coaching? We'll ask all that to the Coach Wimp Sanderson next on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
All right, the Coach Wimp Sanderson in 1 second. Congrats to a guy that I like. I have found I like him, and most people don't, I think, is John Calipari. I do like John Calipari.
I like Calipari, too.
He got win number 800 last night, Lance, which is a pretty incredible accomplishment. Now, it's tricky because he had to give some back, so the NCAA does not recognize
We don't count those. We recognize his wins.
Yeah, the NCAA does not. We do, so that puts him in some pretty rare air. Only 26 other guys have gotten 800 wins. If you tell me the guy he has to pass next at 805, you can take that gun and shoot me between the eyes.
Eddie Sutton.
God, you were close. He's at 806. Rick Byrd. Remember the guy at Belmont?
Yeah.
Rick Byrd.
Do you get nervous there?
Eddie Sutton was the next one. The only reason I knew he wouldn't shoot me between the eyes, Rockstar, is he'd have to finish the show by himself.
Yeah.
So I know I'd at least be safe until 1 o'clock.
Once 1 p.m.
Never fun. But, hey, he did it without Ty Washington last night, too.
He did. Hey, great gift idea for Valentine's coming up. Our friend at Bromberg's.
Yeah, absolutely. Family owned and operated since 1836. Our friends at Bromberg's, they've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Get in, go see our friends at Bromberg's this Valentine's season. 2 locations, Mountain Brook at the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
All right, the Coach Wimp Sanderson with us now on the Johnston RV Center.com hotline. He's presented by the RentalWorks division of CraneWorks each week. Hello, Coach. How are you today?
I'm doing okay. Appreciate David and them having me on. I heard a little bit of the show this morning, so
it's not very good so far.
So I'm wrong, right, Wimp? I guess Kwanzaa should have fouled a little bit earlier.
Oh, sure, he should have fouled. Has got fouled right away.
So you
can't
think
wait. You can't? Oh, that's not. There ain't no thinking to it. You can't get the basketball. If you get the rebound, you can't get it down the floor and get the decent shot in 3.1 seconds. You can't do it. He's got to foul.
So you foul in the backcourt right away.
I foul when they're sitting holding the basketball. I certainly foul. I don't back off 5 feet and not guard the guy.
I saw Tyus Edney do it against Missouri in less than 3 seconds.
That's true.
Yeah. Well, that I don't care what you saw, but that you ask the question. That's the answer to the question.
He's right.
So you foul quickly, and you put him to the line and do what you can to tie the game. The biggest problem, and I don't ever get on here and criticize coaches, as you know. But as long as you're going to take the Brown kid who's got 30 against Alabama and play him out there on the court like he's a basketball player instead of being underneath the goal, and they did it in the Alabama game and they did it last night in the Auburn game. And by the way, whichever team was 1 point ahead won the game. It was that close when the horn blew, and it just happened to be Auburn. If you put him underneath the basket like he should have been, then you have a much better chance of winning that basketball game if you're Missouri, and Missouri played hard and played well.
I saw it was Rob Pate, the former Auburn football player, who said, rarely can you get humbled in a victory. But he said that's what happened to Auburn last night. Do you believe that?
Well, I mean, it's fine to be number one. They were number one. We're not number one in the coaches poll. They were number one in the media poll. And there's 2 different polls. And certainly any time that you be number one, that's great. You feel great about your team. They've done an outstanding job. Certainly don't want to not to understand that. But when you also are number one, it makes those guys play harder against you, more excited to play you, just like as Georgia was more excited to play Alabama, probably in the coaches' minds, than Alabama was to play Georgia. The excitement and the excitement brings better play. and it makes you play harder, and it's very, very difficult to keep your team playing at a high rate all the time. And sometimes when you play somebody that's really, really good like Auburn is, it excites you a great deal.
Well, and look, Coach, the fact is you played on the road. You held them to 54 points. You had 26 offensive boards, and your best player went 2 of 15, and you still won the game. Auburn doesn't have any problems. Auburn's going to be there in the end. They're probably going to be a number 1 overall seed. Alabama's got some issues. I know Brownie just said they're still 19 in Ken Palm right now, but they've lost 4 of 6. And Georgia is a team that is going in the wrong direction. They had lost 8 consecutive games. They had lost 9 of 10. They were defeated in the conference, 0-6 going into that game. That's a game you can't lose. Alabama can't hit shots. They're not playing with energy. They're not playing good defense. It's just not a good product right now.
Well, they didn't get off to a good start on either end of the court. I'm not sure how well they were ready to play, but they didn't make threes and didn't make shots and didn't rebound very well. But the biggest thing that you guys don't understand, they didn't do a good job of contesting the three. You have to contest shots if you're going to win, and they didn't get to Georgia's three-point shooters. And also throughout the game, they did not guard the dribbler. You have to guard the dribbler. Look, fellas, if you dribble the basketball by you, then I'm going to take it to the basket for a layup, or I'm going to give it to somebody underneath the goal for an easy layup. I'm going to get something cheap. If Lance is guarding Ryan, and I take the ball to the basket, then Lance is going to get out there and help. And when he gets out there to help, I'm going to throw it to him, and he's going to shoot the three. But they don't do a good job they have not done a good job of defending the dribble drive. I'm not coaching their team, but I would think they would say the same thing if they were on this show, and they have not made threes. You're exactly right. So they start the game with a lot of turnover. The Davison kid is going to be a good player. He's learning to play. Don't throw the ball to the man that you think is open. Throw the ball to the man who is open. And when you learn that, then you'll be a much better player. Now, I know Quinley's struggling some, and they're bringing him off the bench because they thought maybe that was the best way to do that. Have no idea whether that's good, bad, or none of the above. But those things that I've said to you are things that sometimes you don't look at, you don't really understand. You must guard the dribbler in order to be effective in the game of basketball.
Yeah, look, I haven't watched every second of Alabama this year. I've watched a lot of J.D. Davison, and now in that starting lineup, and you talk about distributing the basketball for Davidson, and he's going to have to be able to do that to be effective at the next level. And I thought it was interesting. I don't know if you saw the scouting report on him. It gave him an A for athleticism, which there's no doubt, but it gave him an A for his passing ability. And I haven't seen that yet, Wimp.
No, I wouldn't think right now, and I'm not saying he's not a good passer. I haven't seen that in him because I think he's learning to play. I think the defense is overplayed. Look, what you do in the game of basketball as a coach is you work every day on putting the defensive guys. Let's just say you put them on the left hand side of the postman guarding him. Then what you do is take that dribble to the right hand to the opposite side, kick the bounce pass to him, lay it in. You must read the defense in order to be an effective player. Now, I don't understand if you understand that. Don't know if you understand that or not. But you read the defense, and you do it very quickly, naturally. But just because you're able to go in there and dunk it, where everybody goes goofy, then you don't need one dunk and 8 turnovers. I think the kid's a good player. I think the coaches are doing everything they can to get this team back playing the way they want them to play. But it's just like Missouri's all excited to play Auburn, and Georgia's all excited to play Alabama, and that's the way it is because it's a mental game.
The Coach Wimp Sanderson is with us on the Johnston RV Center.com hotline. Coach joins us each week courtesy of the CraneWorks division of CraneWorks. The more concerning thing to me, though, is, and I don't know if I'm alone in this, Coach, but you read between the lines about when Nate Oates talks to the media after the games, during his weekly press availability. It doesn't feel like he's got enough guys that completely buy in to be starting, if that makes any sense whatsoever. I mean,
well, probably does a little bit. This is not the basketball team. You lost a lot of good players off your last year's team. It's certainly, I think, and let me tell you something, folks. Everything in this life, especially in coaching, is expectations. If the word expectations is the biggest word ever. Your expectations as a radio show is to go everywhere and be good. You got this new show, and if you were coaching, your expectations of coaches is to be great. And sometimes you get your expectations a little bit too high They might be a little bit. They might not have quite the players that they had last year. They had some injuries. I'm not taking anything up. I'm not taking it up for them particularly. I just watch the games like you do, but maybe they have not played as hard, as smart as they need to defensively, and they have turned the basketball over at critical times, and they have not defended the dribbler as well as they should, I think, and they have not defended the three-point shot as well as they should. That's pretty obvious. Now, they're making the 8 or 9 a game, but their opponents are making the 8 or 9. I think they're average about 10, right at a little bit less than 10 threes a game, but they didn't get many cheap baskets or as many cheap baskets as they needed to.
Well, Wimp, Georgia should have been a get-right game for Alabama. Now you've got Baylor rolling to Coleman Coliseum, and the good news is Alabama's good at home, but the bad news is Baylor, their last couple of games, or last 3 games after losing back-to-back to Texas Tech and Oklahoma State, they're playing again like one of the top 2 or 3 teams in college basketball. How does Alabama come out? I mean, how do you beat a Baylor team that is playing like they are right now?
Well, I think it's you don't know how they're going to play. If you play as hard as you can play and as well as you can play, you've got a shot. It'll be a very difficult game. I'm not going to say who's going to win the game. I don't know who's going to win the game, but I think it'll be a difficult game. It'll be a tough game. Baylor had 2 home losses, back-to-back home losses at Baylor, and after winning the national championship last year, so it'll certainly be a difficult game. And by the way, after that they go to Auburn, and y'all were incorrect. You play Kentucky back in Tuscaloosa because my 1991 team is going to be honored at that particular game as well as this game Saturday. So it's 3 very, very tough basketball games. How they'll do, I don't know. How beat up that, I don't know a lot about Baylor. Auburn, Oklahoma is going to Auburn, and the boy that's coaching Oklahoma worked for me at Little Rock, and he's done a nice job with the Oklahoma team. They're probably not going to be able to beat Auburn, but he does a good job of coaching, and it could be a close game, could be a blowout game, but it'll be interesting to see.
Coach, before you go, they're about to make it official for those listening to us live in Louisville that Chris Mack is out. It has been a tumultuous run for him there. How good is that job when it's open? Great job. It's a great arena. It's great interest, great fans. They won't be hiring Rick Pitino back, but it's a great atmosphere. It's terrific. I recruited against Louisville and never did beat them many times. They came in. The one guy I lost, Alan Murphy, they came in and beat me on in Birmingham when I thought, doing a pretty good job recruiting. But anyway, Louisville is a very, very good job. The ACC has not played as well this year overall, and he has lost 5 out of the last 6. And so, but based on that, it's not going to be a rumor. He's going to be 88 and out the gate.
Okay, yeah, I think we all know that Chris Mack is gone. I'm going to ask you this question. Alabama and Auburn fans aren't going to like it. We know the SEC's got a ton of money. But if either one of these coaches, Nate Oates or Bruce Pearl, was offered that job, do you think they would take the Louisville job?
I doubt it. I think they raised Nate real high in order to keep him, and they gave him a lot of money in order to keep him. You want an honest answer?
Yep.
Okay. I don't think they would hire Bruce Pearl because of the allegations.
Well, I mean,
I think that's
what are you going to say to me? You mean what?
No, I mean.
Well, I guess Louisville is kind of a toxic program right now.
That's what I was going to say. Is Louisville? I think I don't know, Coach, because I don't even know what the NCAA is doing anymore.
I mean, from Patino to Mack, and that the Gaudio allegations.
Yeah,
are
that's
crazy.
back to back. I mean, Mack had to sit
out. They wanted him. They wanted him because he was at Xavier, and Xavier's in Cincinnati, and they thought that, that was, and I thought it started off pretty darn good, but. It did not, and for whatever reason, and we're starting to see, as we do in football, we're starting to see basketball coaches lose their jobs. People are going to, and it's so difficult. The biggest problem that coaches have, I got it, they make a lot of money, I got all of that, is how to manage your team. How do you manage your team number-wise, scholarship-wise, in football and basketball? Very, very complicated. You guys don't think so, but it is. Very complicated to manage your team. People going in from the national championship team in football to a team that got runner-up to do that, and the jumping around it's causing in the NIL, it's causing in the money that people are raising to Auburn's got a big deal trying to raise a bunch of money. They better, and so it's kind of a different deal right now.
All right, he is the Coach Wimp Sanderson.
I want to say one other thing.
All right, fire away, Coach.
If I can say it.
Please do.
Today, Coach Bryant passed away. They came down to my practice and said Coach Bryant has passed away when we played UCLA and we won. Today is my mother's birthday. Nobody cares but me. But it's important to me that people realize about their mothers. Don't make a mistake of going and looking in the mirror when your mother has passed away and use the word "I wish." Don't do it. Don't do it. None of these kids who listen to this show, guys who listen to this show, gals who listen, don't do that. I wish I had done this, because I've looked in the mirror myself and said I wish I had done more. So think about that, because remember, your mother will care when you see that empty chair.
I don't want to get too personal with you, Coach, but I mean, she played a huge role in your life.
Yeah, she was 93, and unfortunately, with the thing that happened to me, I had to take her with me to Little Rock, and she passed away there. But it was tough sledding, and when she wanted to come home from Florence, she didn't get to Little Rock 15 minutes until she wanted to go back to Florence. So I should have taken her back myself. Anyway, CraneWorks, I'll go ahead with Crane.
There's really no good way to do it.
I'll run over a little bit.
No, you're fine. There's no good way to do it, but people expect that out of this show, so let's go right ahead. Tell them about RentalWorks.
Whether it's an in-home project or corporate construction job, you need to check out RentalWorks, which is the division of CraneWorks. They have everything, landscaping equipment, excavators, and check out their full fleet at CraneWorks.com. David Upson's a good guy. Appreciate you guys having me on. Didn't mean to get emotional, but I want.
Nope, we love it. We love you, Coach.
Yeah, love you, Coach.
Thank
I'll
you.
say it too.
All right.
Bye-bye. Wow.
Damn.
A side you don't normally see from him. And nothing defines this show more than from going from that emotional moment to having to do a RentalWorks read.
Got to do the reads.
It's my wimp.
Got to get the advertisements in, yes. Man, that is.
I didn't realize today was the day Bear Bryant died.
What, 26, I guess, yeah?
I was on AL.com earlier just perusing and didn't say anything about it. Normally that would be the headline.
You know, I was so young. I don't, a lot of people that are older than me, that's their I remember where I was moment, or I remember where I was moment for them. I don't even really.
I was in the Dawson Rec Center after school.
Look at you, yeah.
When we got
running a little hoop.
Call. Yeah, we were playing a little hoop.
Yeah.
I think I was in second grade, third grade.
Wow. Well, those are good words by Coach. I would echo them as well.
Yeah.
Yep. So reach out to your mamas and make sure you know you love them, or they know you love them.
And RentalWorks.
Actually, it's Odie's right now. It's Wednesday night.
Rockstar, that means?
That's it. Segue. Trivia.
What are we supposed to do?
I'm actually going to be watching The Squadron.
Are you now? Who they got tonight?
I have no idea.
You have a lock on it?
I have no idea who plays for The Squadron, but I am going to be down there tonight, so I'm looking forward to that. I'm going with our friends from Alabama Power, so I'm looking forward to getting down there. So I won't be there tonight, but trust me, it will be a great time because Ryan Brown will be pinch hitting with Rockstar and Will Haver. You can get there a little early, enjoy some of that incredible food for Rodney Davis, given the key to the city just last week. He's been cooking up great food for 30 years now, award-winning wings, delicious burgers, great sandwiches and salads. Stop in, get the ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. It's all going on. Odie's Tavern, Birmingham Institution, right there, Crestline Village.
All right, so when we return, we'll get to your calls as well. 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923. Coach with us on the Johnston RV Center.com hotline. Todd Fuhrman gives us the numbers from the desert a little bit later on that same Johnston RV Center.com hotline.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
There's no better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order. And our friends at Mortgage Right can help you beef up your bank account with ease. With a cash-out refinance, you can pay off your debt or make that important purchase by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on the chance to make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to make the most of this opportunity today. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up the Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or finding pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track. We're rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home. Only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
All right, we continue on the next round. Along with Lance Taylor, I'm Ryan Brown. Dunaway out today. Hopefully back with us tomorrow. Rockstar and Scotty. Also, Lunsford back with us tomorrow after his trip to the World Series of Poker there in Tunica, Mississippi. 205 734-0923, 205-734-0923. We mentioned it at the end of the Wimp interview, and we'll get to that Louisville job in a moment because that is a weird timed opening there, and I don't know where you think it ranks. I'll ask you, where that job falls because there will be some interest. I do want to remind everyone, though, Smart Pest from our friends at Wayne's combines the effectiveness of traditional pest control services with 24/7 rodent monitoring. It monitors and proactively communicates to prevent an infestation. It is at Wayne's right now. You don't want to go in those crawl spaces. You don't want to go in the attic and look for rodents. Let them do it for you. 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES-1. Mention this code TNR for the next round. It helps us, and it helps you because you save $60 off your initial Smart Pest service. 866-WAYNES-1 and the code TNR. So Chris Mack has had a tumultuous ride at Louisville. It has not been great. First of all, the performance on the court hasn't been great, Lance. You can overcome a lot of things with performance on the court. He doesn't have that. And then he's got all kinds of issues. That Dino Gaudio one is one of the weirdest ones I've ever seen. Basically, Gaudio tries to blackmail him. He records him. The FBI investigates it for extortion, and Mack ends up getting suspended by the NCAA.
Yeah, and I don't know why Mack would refuse to pay Gaudio's salary. It sounds like that they got really crossed up, and Gaudio said, look, if you don't pay me the remainder of my salary, I'm going to tell everybody about the violations.
Yep.
Like, I'm going public with this. So Louisville now, it looks like they're going to try to fire with calls because the buyout is approximately $12 million if they fire with calls.
Ask UConn how this went.
I think what we're going to have is a negotiation. There's going to be that separation agreement. He's probably going to get about half of that. But this is pretty much a done deal. And you're right. 4 years. And what's unacceptable, they're 11-9, 5-5. Maybe they can pull out of that this year. He's not going to have time to do that. But they were 13-7 last year. 2020, obviously, there was no NCAA tournament. They were pretty good that year. But missing.
They finished second in the league that year in the ACC.
Yeah. So, they were a threat to actually make a little bit of noise in the NCAA tournament in 2020, but unfortunately for everyone involved, we didn't have a tournament that year. But to miss the tournament completely last year is unacceptable when you're at Louisville, and you were going to ask me what type of job it is. I think it's borderline top 5. It's definitely top 10. Kansas, Kentucky,
Duke,
North Carolina. We start getting subjective now. It's better than UCLA, there's no doubt.
Yeah, those are your given top 5, though, what you just listed off.
Indiana's not what Indiana was.
No, I would take Louisville in front of
I think
Indiana.
Baylor has creeped into a top 10 job. Winning a national championship with the facilities in the Big 12.
What about Michigan and Michigan State? Where do you put those? Ohio State.
I guess they're all around. Ohio
I put
State.
Louisville in front of Ohio State.
Last time Ohio State won a national championship was the 50s, 60s.
Yeah, but it seems like
they've got
Thad
the resources.
Mata. Thad Mata seemed like he had them always kind of in the mix.
They played Florida for one.
Yeah.
Michigan is a really good job. Michigan State,
Izzo's made it a great job. But, Judd Heathcote was there good.
Won a national championship. That was with Magic Johnson. I still think Louisville's a better job than Michigan State and Michigan.
Yeah. So, it's just outside the top 5 looking in.
Yeah, it's definitely a top 10 job.
Yeah, it's only behind Kentucky, Kansas, Duke, North Carolina, and what was the other one? Kentucky, Kansas, Duke, North Carolina. Who am I missing?
Kansas, did you say
Kansas? I
Kansas?
did. Kentucky, Kansas, Duke, North Carolina. There was one more you threw out there.
No, I think that was it.
Syracuse is an interesting one, too. I really don't know what they did before Jim Boeheim because he's been there my whole life.
Yeah, they had some success, not the Boeheim success.
Yeah.
Again, Boeheim's only won one national championship.
I would put Louisville in front of Syracuse.
Yeah, again, Michigan's only won one national championship.
I'd take Louisville
Michigan
in front of that.
State has only won one national championship.
The Yum Center is a beautiful building, 22,000 seats in that place. When they're any good, they routinely fill it up.
Traditionally, the ACC was the best conference. You can make the argument the Big Ten is that now.
It's your primo job at that school. There's no reason they can't pay a ton. If they want to try to be competitive.
Look at it like this. In the SEC, there's only one better job, Kentucky. In the Big 12, for sure, there's only one better job in Kansas.
Yep.
In the Big 10, I don't know if there's a better job.
I would argue there's not. I just said I would take it in front of Michigan or Michigan State.
Pac-12, there's not a better job.
Not a better job. Oddly, you're third in your own conference.
Yeah. When you get to the ACC is where you start to break it down. Duke and North Carolina are probably better jobs. Maybe. I don't know. Louisville's right there. It could be a top 5 job.
I mean, North Carolina has been good under just about everybody. That's what I always look at. Like, do you have a history of anybody that coaches
Bill
there is any good?
Guthridge got you to a Final Four. Now, Matt Doherty did
It was
nothing.
a disaster. I said just about everybody. And, boy, it's starting out as a
I
disaster
think Hubert
right now
Davis
for
is
Hubert
going
Davis.
to be a disaster.
But it was a phenomenal success under Dean Smith, a phenomenal success under Roy Williams. The guy before Dean Smith, who I won't remember his name, legendary coach there, McGuire. Was that his name, Frank McGuire? I think he was really, really good. I mean, they've got a history. Carolina
Got to go to Formfolio. Troy is saying, Lance, you've lost your mind. Alabama and Auburn are better jobs in Louisville. No,
Are
Troy.
you kidding me?
Troy's on the mimosas early.
I mean, I love our state.
Not even close.
That's like somehow arguing that the Louisville football job is better than the Alabama or Auburn job.
I mean, Denny Crum won a national championship there.
Yep, Rick Pitino won a national championship there. That's the last two coaches, right? Denny Crum and Rick Pitino. Was there anybody in between
before
those?
Chris Mack.
Yeah. So, I mean, no, I'm not here for that discussion.
Yeah, I got to remind you that Alabama's never been to a Final Four. Auburn's been to one Final Four.
Yeah. I can't even count the Sweet 16s that Louisville has been to. The Final Fours, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Alabama's never made one. Auburn's made one. Louisville's made 11. So I think we can end the discussion right there.
Yeah.
So anyway, interesting to watch.
How many
that.
national championships, though? Just two?
Three. 80, 86, and 13. Now 13 has that little asterisk next to it.
Well, and again, if you go look at the facilities, look, Auburn Arena is beautiful.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
it's perfect for Auburn basketball, but the Yum Center is state of the art.
You were telling me it's better than Coleman Coliseum?
Tad bit. The Yum Center for a minute, and I don't know if it still stands like this, the Yum Center was the SoFi of college basketball.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's old enough now that it may not be. I don't know what would be better, though. All right, when we return, Lance is going to give us the games to look forward to in 2022. College football talk. That was an hour of college basketball, college football talk. But first, our friends at Mortgage Right, the first sponsor on this show.
Love these guys. If you're in need of some quick cash, keep those New Year's resolutions afloat. Well, our friends at Mortgage Right, they're the GOAT when it comes to getting your finances back on track. With the Cash Out Refi, you can make the most of your expensive resolutions a reality by taking advantage of your home equity. Whether it's building a gym to lose a few extra pounds or backpacking across Europe, you can count on the experts at Mortgage Right to make getting cash in your pocket easy. Ring in the new year the right way by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR.
All right, when we return, those games to look forward to in 2022 next on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where two slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention the next round and get $100 off your next roof replacement.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Nothing to do tonight? Want to bet? It's nonstop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to Delicious.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
It's back, Birmingham! The O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wheels, February 4th through 6th at the BJCC. See wild, custom, and classic cars, feature cars, and exotics. Meet Eric Estrada, Punch from the hit TV show Chips, and from Street Outlaws, meet Kamikaze. Kids, get a free Hot Wheels car and enjoy Hot Wheels racing. Plus, meet your favorite costume characters. Don't miss the Super Show where you see one-of-a-kind vehicles from all over the country. Get discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. More details at worldofwheels.net.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we start another hour of The Next Round along with Lance Taylor. I'm Ryan Brown, Rockstar, and Scott making it sound and look good. Lunsford back tomorrow. Dunaway hopefully back tomorrow as well. We'll get to you at 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923.
Can I say something?
You can say anything you want.
One of the biggest tease videos I've ever seen. It's only 21 seconds. I just came to tell you to look it up when you can. But whoever's filming this, it's an amazing video, and they stopped filming it. And I don't know why they do, and you have no idea what I'm talking about, Brown.
I do not. Is Rockstar about to show it to us?
It's going to blow you away.
All right.
I don't understand this because I want to know what direction this thing was going. First of all, I'm going to give you the background, okay?
All right, please.
A wild boar is fighting a tiger in the wild.
All right, man.
Who do you lean? Now, you guys were dumb enough to think that the silverback could beat a grizzly bear.
Yeah, I'm going to go tiger. Tiger over a wild boar anytime.
Watch this.
All right.
The wild boar, you're talking about a persistent animal. Now, I've talked to a lot of my hunter friends that say you don't want to cross these things because, they've got those tusks.
Yep.
Now, the tiger is obviously – where are these both indigenous to that you would see them in the same setting?
I think that's Hoover.
I do.
They go out of the screen.
Why do you? It's getting away
you
from.
You got to chase it.
But yeah, it's getting away from whoever's filming. Why not? It's not like they're coming towards you where you're like panicking that something's going to happen to you. But I just wonder what happened in this thing because if the wild boar gets loose and gorges the tiger, it's got a shot. The tiger was trying to go for its jug there, but the boar was not giving up.
He did not. I'll give the boar credit. The boar hung in there.
I want to know what happened. How do we find out the
do you remember,
the result?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how we're going to find out what happened there. But do you remember when the honey badger first came on the scene with that video?
That video was incredible.
There was nothing that could kill the honey badger.
No. I mean, it got bitten by the cobra. It laid down.
It just lays out for a minute.
Took a 20-minute power nap, got up, shook it off.
I mean, it's crazy. There was nothing that could beat that.
It went straight after the queen bee and a nest of killer bees. Shook them off.
Just trying to eat the honey.
But, I mean, look at the leverage. So the tiger's trying to do a good job with the leverage on the boar, but the boar won't let it get underneath.
Yep.
I mean, that's a complete battle right there.
It is a complete battle. You got to think the Tiger ends up winning this thing, though, right?
Well, the Tiger looks like it outweighs the boar by, close to 80 to 100 pounds, even more maybe. But the boar, it's just not going to quit. I would assume the Tiger probably ends up winning this. But again, one lucky shot from the boar gore. Hey, look, to find out if LASIK is right for you, call our friends at Michelson Laser Vision today. Write this number down, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. If LASIK is right for you, they're going to let you know. They will schedule you. It's a hassle-free consultation. I got it myself. Once I was a candidate, I went in, got the procedure done. It only took 12 minutes for both eyes. Now 2015 vision better than 2020. Dr. Mark Michelson truly changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. Call today, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
So what was the one we screwed up? It was Gorilla versus Silverback versus Kodiak.
You and Dunaway.
No, I did. I did.
Grizzly.
I'm owning it. I'm just asking what it was.
But the thing here says the tiger shown killing the boar was known as, this is a good name, Nor Tigris T39.
Say again.
Said that the tiger killed the boar.
Okay. Well, I know that. I wanted the name again.
Nor Tigris T39.
Okay.
Well, that boar's got to be some tough meat to get through. Because, tiger usually will, grab a gazelle or something?
Yeah, probably so. Yeah.
That seems like that would be like, some of the best filet meat that you could ever put a knife through.
A gazelle?
Yeah.
Why do you think that?
Well, it just seems like the tiger jaws would just go straight through that, like knife through butter. I would think a boar would be a little more difficult.
Oh, there's no doubt a boar is gamey.
It'd be a truck stop steak.
Yeah, a boar is gamey and tough and leaves you with insanely bad breath. That's boar. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Have I ever had wild boar?
I don't know. I think it was what we
used
last night.
We used to do that thing. The chili last night.
We did the cook-off.
The cook-off.
Because watching Yellow Jackets, they eat a bear.
Yep.
And I was like, I've had bear before. It's
and
not
it only
good.
took one stab, man. It's all it takes to kill a bear is one stab.
Yeah,
like magic.
We used to do that that wild game cook-off with the Talladega Speedway and the Alabama Wildlife Association. And I can't remember if I had wild boar there. I've had some crazy stuff there. I don't remember if wild boar was part of it. I'm going to say I've probably had wild boar.
I think you have.
I think we had wild boar stew one time, and I do think I remember going, okay, that's a gamey smell.
Yeah, the fun thing about that is there were some great dishes. All dishes were almost, to each their own, really unique. But some of the dishes were really good, and then there were some that were a little off.
I as I remember it, that was bear stew, and I think this is going to sound crazy. It was bear stew, Rockstar, and I think it was cooked by NASCAR driver Dave Marcus.
Those are two things I think I never hear about.
I know. I mean, it is crazy that I remember that, but I think it was bear stew, and actually NASCAR driver Dave Marcus, who is an old school NASCAR driver, was out there cooking it.
I do love our viewers and listeners. Riley says, I've skinned a wild hog. Those hog skins are inches thick.
Ooh,
so I'm telling you, man, it would take a while. And I guess that's what he was doing. He was chewing through to the jug.
Yeah, but you got to think if you're that tiger, you see that wild boar, and you're like, that is food for a while for me. Yeah. I eat on this thing for a little while.
This seems like a lot of work.
Well, it does, Lance, but starvation's a lot of work, too.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of things running around in those woods.
Yeah.
And Rockstar, you said that was Hoover?
Oh, I'm getting thinking it's India, but
India.
Yeah. But I thought it was Hoover.
All right, like India, China, and Russia are where tigers can be found.
That's where they're indigenous.
Yeah, but where are the boars?
Boars are everywhere. You can find a wild boar almost anywhere. I think
in China.
Yes, they're in Alabama. You can find a wild boar here.
I saw one of the saddest things driving home last night. I had dropped little man off from dinner, and so I'm going through my neighborhood, and I see a doe by itself. And this is like 7:30 at night, crossing the street.
That was sad to you?
Well, it was sad to me because it was by itself.
Okay.
If you just see the random deer out by itself, like the doe on its own ain't going to make it. They're already out looking for food in the neighborhood.
I don't know when deer hit heat, but that doe will be popular pretty soon, I would imagine.
This is a young doe.
Oh, was it? Well, I don't think they're particularly judicious when it comes to that.
I don't think they ask for consent.
I don't think they check a driver's license.
Just gonna bite this neck of yours real quick.
That's right. I mean, you get that smell coming. Paul says that is soft LT today.
Oh, because I feel bad for a doe?
Well,
I could have run it over, Paul.
You could have.
No, what if I went the other way? I saw a doe. I felt bad for it, so I ran it over.
Yep. Just left it in the street.
Just did the inevitable.
Going to happen anyway, right?
It was a homely doe.
What made it homely? Bad hair?
Just really plain. Yeah.
Had a muumuu on.
Long dress.
Yeah, it was
covering
wearing
her ankles.
Yeah, oversized clothes. Didn't want to show off its figure.
Harry Lyles Jr., ESPN, has given us games. I don't know how many you've got here. We've hit on some of these already, obviously.
5.
Oh, enough.
8,
That's
10.
plenty. 10 games. 10 games to look forward to in 2022. We've touched on some of these, but give me what Harry Lyles Jr. says.
Did I realize that week 1, September 3rd, we have Notre Dame at Ohio State? Did you know that?
I did know that, yes.
Maybe I should have known that. Maybe I did know that.
Marcus Freeman's second game as a head coach. He lost his first one in the Fiesta Bowl, where we thought he kind of looked the part, but they lost the game.
Look, Ohio State is going to be number 2. Alabama is going to be your number 1 team. Ohio State is going to be your number 2 team.
Notre Dame will be top 10, what do you think?
Notre Dame's going to be a top 10 team. They've got 14 returning starters. You got to replace quarterback with Jack Cohn, but Drew Pine is the guy that we saw last year. Marcus Freeman, watching him, although they lost that Fiesta Bowl, looked the part.
That's
on the
what I'm saying.
sideline.
He looked like he belonged, but you could easily look like you don't belong when you're playing at Ohio State.
I just don't know how you slow this Ohio State offense down. I don't think Notre Dame has got enough offense to keep up with it.
Yeah, Utah didn't.
I mean, when you look at, obviously C.J. Stroud is right there with Bryce Young, the best quarterbacks to come back. Well, what we saw out of Smith and Jigba and Marvison Harrison once Olave and Wilson didn't play in that Rose Bowl, those guys were fantastic. So you don't miss a beat at wide receiver. So Ohio State with TreVeyon Henderson, the offense is going to be fantastic. Notre Dame won't be able to keep up with them, but still, talk about great helmet game, top 10 matchup week 1. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. So, that's going to be everybody's number 1 game, Ohio State, Notre Dame. Everybody's going to say, that's your game of the year. I don't think Notre Dame. I think Notre Dame probably, and that's no reflection on Marcus Freeman. I just think they lost a lot, Lance. I think Notre Dame's probably more of a 9-3 type team this year.
We have got 5 more key games on September 3rd. This is
great.
This could be one of the best opening Saturdays we've ever seen.
Yeah, I remember a couple of years ago we said that, and it played out that way.
You will agree. We talked about this yesterday. Yep. Utah will be a top 10 team. I think, at least right now, if you put gun to head, I think they make a college football playoff. But it's all dependent on week 1. They play at Florida. We talked about it yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Utah, Florida, for those that are paying attention, it won't jump up like Ohio State, Notre Dame. It's not the same helmet logos. But this is a fantastic game.
Yeah. So all Georgia, Oregon. On paper, I think it's a fun game. I think Georgia's going to be a double-digit favorite. You're defending national champions. They lose a lot, but I really don't think Oregon – we saw Bo Nix against this Georgia defense last year.
This thing has all the storylines. So you've got Dan Lanning leaving Georgia, going to Oregon. He's taking some guys with him. He's facing his old team now. You've got Bo Nix, the quarterback that Georgia faced. If he is, in fact, the starter, he's playing. So, I mean, you've got tons and tons of storylines in this game.
Well, I think really the biggest storyline to me, those are the outskirt storylines that we can go on and talk about now.
Yeah.
But I think once we get to game week, who are your starting quarterbacks? Is Stetson Bennett going to be your starting quarterback? We lean he will be.
I say yes. The second part, I don't know. I think it is Bo Nix. I don't know, though.
But it could be Ty Thompson.
Could be.
Yeah, so that is something interesting to watch. West Virginia at Pitt. This is, on paper, it won't look great. Pittsburgh had an incredible year this year.
This is an old school rivalry, though, the old backyard brawl.
This was a great game back in the day. One of those games I look forward to.
Do you remember what, I don't know if you guys remember what ended that. Rockstar, they were playing at Pitt.
Do you know how long it's been since they played the backyard brawl?
This seems like what I'm about to say seems like it happened while we were doing a show together early, though. I would say 2011.
You're dead on, man. It's been an 11-year hiatus.
Yep. So what upset the West Virginia people was the Pitt, they play in Heinz Field. The Pitt PA announcer, I don't know if Harry Lyles Jr. covers this. The Pitt PA announcer was making announcements as jokes. Like
he does not, by the way.
He does not. So they had to apologize for this, but I think it started the bad blood that led to the end of this rivalry. Is he would say like, ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. I mean, these are cheeseball jokes. There is a tractor that has left their lights on in the parking lot. So the West Virginia fan that left your lights on in the tractor, please, stuff like that.
You see one guy stand up.
Yeah, he says, ladies and gentlemen, a reminder. I'm just doing this off the top of my head that these are some of the stuff. There is no smoking allowed in Heinz Field. This includes corncob pipes for all you West Virginia fans.
That's really mean.
It was just random stuff like that. But
when is the last time you saw a corncob pipe?
It's been a while.
The Briary.
Just sit there, hold it.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a guy smoke a pipe in a while. I think
I told you older brother Shane used to walk through the mall with a pipe.
Very sophisticated people smoke pipes.
I'm trying to remember the last time I saw somebody smoke. I'm trying. Was he really?
He was he could. He was 16, so I was 13.
So at 16, he's walking around with a pipe.
Yeah,
that's a good look.
I think 12 is not as bad as 16.
Yeah,
I think
know.
16 is worse.
I cannot remember the last time I've seen somebody smoke a pipe.
12, we would go to the health store inside of Brookwood Mall, and they sold like these. They were almost like cream sodas, but they looked like beer. So he would get those at 12 to act like he's walking around with a beer in the mall.
Totally remember the almost IBC.
Yeah, I loved an IBC. You can't
look like a beer bottle.
You know what you cannot find right now? You know what the pandemic killed? A random thing the pandemic killed. IBC Diet Root Beer.
Oh, I guess you have to go to Dad's.
You're the only one looking for it.
I guess I was, but it was available in any supermarket out there. You cannot find it right now. IBC root beer is the go-to root beer. I love root beer.
I like Barks for a while.
Barks is good.
When I was a kid.
Barks is good.
It kind of looked like a Coors.
I will tell you, I haven't had a root beer in probably 25 years. You know, it's funny when we
I like a good root beer.
The day after the national championship, we were at the Marriott doing the show, Media Hotel.
Yeah. That's I remember this.
And there wasn't much to drink left in the hospitality room. And you told Dunaway there was root beer. He got kind of excited.
Did
you bring him a root beer?
I did bring him a root beer. I think that was A&W.
Yeah.
I like A&W too. It's good. But Barks is the goat of root beer.
Okay, so anyway, I threw you off corncob pipe.
Oh, yeah, backyard brawl. This is a game where it's a rebuild year for Pitt, don't you think?
Well,
I just say that because they lost Kenny Pickett.
Your Biletnikoff winner and Jordan Addison's back. Keaton Slovis, if Slovis can recapture
I keep forgetting he went there.
What he had 2 years ago, this could be really interesting. Now, you're missing Mark Whipple, who I thought did a really good job of calling plays.
Yeah, he left and went to Nebraska.
He did. But West Virginia, I think more so it's interesting on that side. Neil Brown, this is kind of pivotal year 4. West Virginia, to me, should be traditionally a 9 or 10 win program. Would you agree with that?
West Virginia, yeah. I mean, I think they're
the Big 12 is wide open now.
I think they're an ill fit in the Big 12, but I think the Big 12 power balance is up for grabs.
But if I'm a West Virginia fan, the history went a lot deeper than Baylor.
Yeah.
And now Baylor, every other year, is winning 11 games. So why can't we win this?
Yeah. No, I'm with you 100% on that.
Also, September 3rd, a game that we brought up yesterday because it's got a little SEC flavor, Cincinnati at Arkansas.
Yeah, it's an interesting game. Cincinnati is going to lose a lot.
Kobe Bryant, Sauce Gardner are gone. Desmond Ritter's
gone. I mean, I don't know that they completely hit reset, but it's going to take them a minute, if they ever do, build back up to what they were. And Arkansas is on the ascension, too. These are programs that are passing in the night.
In the next round sports book, I will set this number right now at Arkansas -5.
Ooh, interesting. I would have thought more. Yeah. I'll take Arkansas right there for a stake. I'm sitting in Dunaway's seat today.
I still think Cincinnati's got a good brand to them.
Yeah.
I mean, look, Luke Fickell, that program's not going anywhere.
No, I don't think the program's going anywhere. I think this season they will.
Yeah,
it'll look like a fall.
I think there'll be some lulls.
Yeah.
You'll have a 9-3 here.
Yeah.
And then it'll bounce back to a 10-2 or an 11-1.
Yeah, but they'll always be the team that broke the glass ceiling.
To me, Luke Fickell, where he's got them, at least right now, until they get to the Big 12, maybe it changes, maybe it gets better. But where he's got them right now reminds me a little bit of Chris Peterson in Boise.
I don't disagree with that, yeah.
Okay, on Sunday we talked about, Dunaway brought up great helmet game yesterday. It's in New Orleans, Florida State, LSU.
A great helmet game. I just think with what LSU has done in the transfer portal and where Orgeron had them recruiting, we view this 37-man roster that they played the bowl game with. That's not going to be LSU. They'll be a better team than that. They've done a tremendous job in the portal. I like Brian Kelly. I think this is a good helmet game that LSU wins going away.
I never thought we would see this, though. So how good LSU was in 2019, we're starting to see Joe Burrow's got an opportunity in year 2, really a full year as a starting quarterback to maybe get to a Super Bowl and win a Super Bowl, which is incredible. And I saw yesterday he would be the 4th quarterback to win a Heisman National Championship, a Super Bowl. I can't remember the other 3.
He's the 4th quarterback, Heisman National Championship. Did Staubach win a national championship at Navy? I don't guess. I wouldn't think so.
So we need to work on that.
All right, Heisman National Championship at Super Bowl.
Yeah, he would be the 4th. So what I never thought we would see after one of the best teams we've ever seen in 2019 with LSU in the last 2 seasons, 5-5 and 6-7, quick math, that's 11-12, a game under 500 in 2 seasons.
Yeah.
Didn't think we'd see that. I also never thought there would be a Florida State team, a team that could not lose in the ACC for years. Mike Norvell in his first 2 years is 8-13. He doesn't win this year, Norvell's out.
He's 100% out, especially if, and I don't know what kind of interest there is in Deion Sanders, but if Deion continues to dangle out there, you would have to say that he puts a little bit of pressure on that Mike Norvell situation.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah. Did you say win the Super Bowl or just play in the Super Bowl?
No, win the Super Bowl.
Jeez.
Yeah, I couldn't figure it out. I saw the graph yesterday. Joe Burrow can become fourth quarterback to ever win Heisman, national championship, Super Bowl. I don't believe it.
I don't either. I mean, I'm just digging back through the quarterbacks like Cam Newton.
Charles Woodson. Good job, Brooks.
Oh, I was just
Tony
looking
Dorsett.
Yeah. All right, there's two.
Good job, Brooks.
Like I was going to say Cam Newton, Heisman National Championship, played in a Super Bowl. I was too. I was too. That's why. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's a little easier to believe now. I was trying to find quarterbacks. I'm like, you're not going to find a guy that's done that.
Okay, we got two, and those are great calls.
Yeah.
We just got to think of the third. Okay, so moving on to week 2. Games that we're looking forward to in 2022. Texas, Alabama. I just don't see this being a game. I think Quinn Ewers is going to be your starting quarterback for Sark.
Yeah, I'm with you. Where would you, the Next Round Sportsbook, put this line?
I am going to put, and where is that game?
It's in Tuscaloosa. No, it's in Austin. I'm sorry, it's in Austin.
Are you sure?
Let me check. Don't ask me questions like that.
I think it's in Tuscaloosa.
Okay. Well, give me a Tuscaloosa line and an Austin line.
In Tuscaloosa, this line is 14.
Okay.
In Austin, this line is 9.5.
It is in Austin. So 9.5. Bama favored by 9.5.
Yeah, and it might creep up double digits.
Okay.
Yeah.
May go off at 11 or 12.
I think I would lay it.
Right.
Week 3, September 17th, Oklahoma, Nebraska. This is the old school flavor. We got it back this year, and look, it ended up being a good game.
I know. I thought it was going to be a blowout. It was a tie game. I mean, Nebraska had every opportunity to be in that game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're going to get 1971 game of the century again, but, last year was a lot of fun. So now you've got Dylan Gabriel is your Oklahoma quarterback. Nebraska's got Casey Thompson. You think about how well Casey Thompson played against Oklahoma last year. I think Casey Thompson had 6 total touchdowns against him. So,
that was a track meet, yeah.
Fun to watch. What about this next one? I don't know how excited I am about TCU and SMU. I don't know why it's on this list.
I mean, it's they play every year, don't
Skillet.
they? It's the battle for the skillet. Yeah, it doesn't do much for me.
Yeah.
Keep moving.
And then finally, and the only reason they bring this up, week 12, November 19th, Coastal Carolina at Virginia. Now, Coastal Carolina's 22-3 past 2 seasons under Jamie Chadwell. He's done a great job there. A lot of that has to do with Grayson McCall. The thing you will look for in this game is Grayson McCall's back, and Brennan Armstrong is also back. So great quarterback game.
That is a good quarterback game. Yeah, you had to sell me on that one, but now that you do that,
So
that
this
is actually
final
a really
page,
good
I'll
quarterback.
throw it away. I'll
Yeah.
go old school trash on it. I'll try to hit the camera. I do like that quarterback game, though.
Yeah, that is a good quarterback game, and you actually hit the camera. That was a heck of a shot right there. Good day for you.
So that is games we're looking forward to in 2022.
Hey, JohnstonRVCenter.com. Family owned and operated by Rodney and Nick Johnson. That's the father-son team. They're great guys, too. This is the top-selling travel trailer dealer in the state, home to Cherokee, America's #1 selling camper brand. They've got financing available. See it for yourself. 2 great locations, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, I-65, exit 334 in Decatur, JohnstonRVCenter.com. When we return, what?
There it is.
Marcus
Brooks got
Allen?
it. Nope.
Who?
Reggie Bush. And we do count as Heisman.
Yeah, and his national championship.
Yeah. So
He's had to
did.
give a
He
lot
was
back.
correct me. He was with the Saints when they won the Super Bowl.
I
right?
think you're right about that.
Yep.
Yeah, boy, that was the tough one there, Reggie Bush.
Hey, good job, Brooks.
Yeah, wow, man, we got some smart listeners. Thank you in the Farmfolio chat room. When we return, Rockstar will give his viewing menu, and I'll ask Lance, can an NFL team really beat another NFL team 7 straight times? Can that happen in the NFL today? That's next on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit. which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
It's back, Birmingham! The O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wheels, February 4th through 6th at the BJCC. See wild, custom, and classic cars, feature cars, and exotics. Meet Eric Estrada, Punch from the hit TV show Chips, and from Street Outlaws, meet Kamikaze. Kids, get a free Hot Wheels car and enjoy Hot Wheels racing. Plus, meet your favorite costume characters. Don't miss the Super Show where you see one-of-a-kind vehicles from all over the country. Get discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. More details at worldofwheels.net.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for LancesLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to LancesLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. LancesLock.com. Again, go online, LancesLock.com.
Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where 2 slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 5-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention the next round and get $100 off your next roof replacement.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
This hour of the next round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the cardinal rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 5-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the next round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement.
All right, time, as we do every day at this time, for Rockstar's viewing menu, giving you options to watch on the old streaming services and television and satellite and all of that. It's presented by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, hey, and Daniel A. Moore is honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner, and an oils on canvas. This upcoming full-color oil painting will depict the memorable Heisman worthy. Go ahead. Pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone against that Georgia defense in the SEC championship game. If you order by the 31st of this month, that is next Monday, I think, you will receive their special pre-publication discount. To pre-order now, go to danielmooreart.com.
You got a couple things. 825 on HBO. What if John Wick and Saul Goodman ran into each other? They would create somebody called Nobody. Lance, did you watch this?
I watched it.
I have not seen it. Is it good?
I did not think it was good. I thought it was very hokey. It's hard for me to get...
I don't understand when making this movie. Hey, what's Bob Odenkirk doing?
Bob Odenkirk is an action star. I just can't get behind it. No. I know, watching The Movies That Made Us, really good documentary on Netflix, and when Bruce Willis was cast as John McClane, people laughed because of the moonlighting thing, and they couldn't get behind him as an action star. Bruce Willis was still a guy that was in shape, and he was in his 30s.
Yeah.
I mean, Bob Odenkirk's 60.
I think is that the premise? Like he's just a guy that's just tired of being pushed around, just blows up one day, like falling down with Michael Douglas.
Yeah, I would say most girls in our office could whip Bob Odenkirk's ass.
How big is he?
Yeah, he looks about 5'8".
Yeah, he doesn't look that big.
Probably about $160. I
Everybody-
bet he couldn't do 4 push-ups.
It's incredible how many Hollywood people are just small. Why are they all so small?
I don't know.
You know, when we had Connor O'Gara on yesterday from Saturday Down South, like when I pulled up their website, the first thing it had the smallest actors, and it had them like in a lineup like The Usual Suspects. And, you know, you've got that
Kevin
height
Hart.
line behind them. And, I mean, you know, Tom Cruise was in there. But, I mean, all of them were like 5'6", 5'7", 5'8".
It's crazy. I don't know why that, you know, like I get a horse jockey while they're small people.
NASCAR driver?
No, it's
NASCAR driver, jet pilot.
It's to frame the shot, though.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's a lot of difficulty framing a shot with a guy like Vince Vaughn
because
when
he's
you're on set
6'3".
with an Isla Fisher who's 5 feet.
Yeah, you have to do the forced perspective at that point, right?
True.
So I was at, real quick, though, while we're on that, I had to go to a funeral over the weekend, just a visitation, and a couple guys there are familiar with this show, but they watched me on The Zone on 3340. You know what their reaction was? You are much taller than I thought you were on TV.
Did you say you're borderline 6'2"?
But, I mean, do you just assume everybody on TV is short? And
You
then
always see them in a sitting position.
Yeah. That's what they said. You're much taller than I thought you were on TV.
Well, I think the normal average man is 5'9.5", 5'10".
Yes, I'm over average.
Yeah.
I'm average. I'm
So
5'10".
So as Rockstar said, I'm 6'1" and a half.
They felt you were
6'2".
average,
Yeah.
Brown.
Okay. I'm above average, Rockstar.
And then Netflix got a new movie called Munich, The Edge of War, an adaptation of Robert Harris's novel set in the autumn of 1938 with Europe on the brink of war. It is over 2 hours long.
I wanted to ask about this the other
Munich's
day.
one of my favorite Spielberg films ever.
Yeah. Well, this though, I mean, that's obviously about the Olympics.
Yes.
This goes back to before the start. So here's the premise of this movie. Because when I was watching Ozark the other day, this was the tease at the end of Ozark, right? You know how Ozark ends, there's nothing else you can watch, so it tries to bait you into something else. This was what it tried to bait me into. Basically, this guy's got information that Hitler's about to start World War II, and he goes and tries to convince the British Prime Minister, who was not Churchill at the time.
So this is pre-Churchill.
Yeah, it's pre-Churchill. I mean, this would have been 39, I think.
Yeah, Churchill took over during the war.
Yeah, I can't remember the guy that was before him. So he's trying to convince him, you got to do something about this. This guy's about to start a war. And then it appears at some point the Nazis are onto this guy, and
they have him killed.
Well, they're trying to have him killed or arrest him or whatever.
Neville Chamberlain.
Neville Chamberlain, that's right. So, Rockstar, that's the premise behind this. It did look interesting to me. I didn't recognize any of the actors. Do you have who's in it?
No, I do not. There are a bunch. One guy was in 11/22/63.
Yeah.
I cannot remember.
I forgot about that.
Not Chris Cooper.
No,
this
Chris
is-
Cooper.
It wasn't Josh Duhamel.
No, what was the guy's name? James Franco, but it wasn't James Franco. Also, Hulu, 1987 or 88, so I believe Commando with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Have I told you my Commando story?
No.
So I was little. This is probably in 88 or 89 when it came to video. At Video Express in Vestavia, we lived right by it. It was close to the Diplomat. And I went one day with my dad to get a movie, and he got something for him and my mom, and then got something for us kids. And I go, ooh, Commando with Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's like, no, you're too young for that. You're not getting that. I was like, oh, okay. So that was the day where you had to return it the next day.
Right.
Came with my mom the next day after school to return it, and I go, ooh, they got Commando.
Okay.
And she goes, all right. We'll rent it.
I like how you played that right
So
there.
I'm playing it, and you parked in the carport and walked in the door where the den was, and right when you walk in is where we had probably like a 30-inch TV.
Yeah, you were rich.
And I was sitting there watching Commando when my dad walked in, and he goes,
ooh,
what is this? And I go,
It's like you're watching porn.
Commando.
No, it's Commando.
I got punished that day because I went behind his back. And
You should have.
You did.
You should have.
But I used to love Commando. Don't know why.
One of the most believable scenes when he actually drops out of the airplane into the swamp, leaving.
And the great, after he breaks the guy's neck, he says, "Do not disturb my friend. He's dead tired."
I think the problem with Commando is, because I remember this as a kid, I think it got compared to Rambo. I think everybody thought it was going to be just basically another Rambo.
Yeah, and look,
that was the comparison for
the
Commando.
original First Blood was
fantastic.
A really, really good film.
That's right. And I think that was the deal, is everybody thought this was going to be another Rambo. And it wasn't as good as Rambo.
And the bad guy was like Freddie Mercury with bondage outfits on. And
But Predator's a lot better than Commando. I watched Predator.
Predator's good. Yeah,
Predator's really good. I watched that in same director as Die Hard. Watched it with Little Man last week, actually.
So that's what Rockstar is watching, presented by New Life Art. Lance, if this were not the Rams, you're too emotionally invested in this being the Rams. If this were, let's say, Giants Patriots.
Yep.
No, that's a AFC NFC team. If this were Chiefs Patriots, and you looked at it and said, the Patriots have won 6 in a row. 6 in a row. You would like the other side there, wouldn't you?
Well, you play the do factor, and this is not like, we saw, Pittsburgh own Cleveland forever, but Cleveland was just a bad team.
Right.
You saw the Patriots own the Jets forever. Well, the Jets were just a bad team. We're talking about a Rams team that has won 3 of the last 5 NFC West championships.
These are 2 teams playing for the NFC Championship. They are not bad teams.
Yeah, no, this is a really, really good Rams team. And look, it's a Rams team. We were in Indy just a couple of weeks ago. I saw them up 17 points on the San Francisco team.
Right.
The Rams have advantage at quarterback, no doubt.
There's zero doubt about that.
I think they've got the better defense overall. It's close.
Oh, boy. I mean,
it's close. Better defensive line.
Better defensive line. I think you've got better players across the board defensively, but for whatever reason, D'Amico Ryans has that defense playing spectacular.
Yeah, no, they've got better linebackers, better safeties. Yeah. Jalen Ramsey's obviously the best corner on the field. Defenses are close. I might even lean San Fran there. The coaches are really close. As much as I like McVay.
Wow, you would put Shanahan in McVay's category.
Shanahan's that good. Shanahan's got his number. So, but in the NFL, when you get to this point, look around right now. You got Pat Mahomes, elite quarterback.
Yep.
Joe Burrow is getting to be an elite quarterback. Matt Stafford can play like an elite quarterback. And then you got Jimmy Garoppolo.
Who's not an elite quarterback. I saw people literally debating, do you consider going to Trey Lance at some point during the Green Bay game?
Oh, I would say start Trey Lance this week.
You don't do it now.
Yeah.
You don't do it now, but that's how bad it had gotten for Green Bay's offense. Do you just go Trey Lance for a series to try to change something up?
No, I think the thing look, if San Francisco is able to run the football, this is going to be a game. If they can't run the football, the Rams should win this game. The last time a team beat a team 3 times in a year, I think, was when the Titans beat Jackson. No, when Baltimore maybe beat the Titans 3 times in 2000. I could be wrong on that.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to beat a team 3 times in a season. Because, how many times do you have that matchup? You're going to play in the regular season twice, but what are the chances divisional rivals are going to play a 3rd time in the postseason?
Yeah, it's very, very low probability. But I'll give you credit, man. You have said San Francisco is going to win the Super Bowl for a long time.
Well, it was one of the reasons that you guys left the house so early because I was screaming because I didn't want San Fran in the playoffs. Now, I'm glad they got Green Bay out where the Rams didn't have to go to Lambeau, but I said, look, they have awoken a beast.
This is so weird. I have randomly been pulling against San Francisco all season long for one reason and one reason only. The Dolphins get their 1st-round pick. And I really wanted San Francisco to be like a 500 team that missed the playoffs.
And it was trending that direction.
They were so close. JD is in Huntsville. He is next with us, 734-0923. What's up, JD? How are you?
Hey, guys. Doing well. Man, the Rams are going to win this thing, okay? And they're going to the Super Bowl, probably against the Chiefs. I just can't see San Francisco. They should have if that thing wasn't in Green Bay and it wasn't like 15 degrees, there's no way they would have won that game. They're not going to run the ball against that Ram defense. Their only chance is to try to if some miracle happens and the Rams end up with 4 turnovers again and Stafford is not part of any of them, which could never happen, maybe. But I just don't see it.
Well, JD, I was going to bring that up. That's the thing with the Rams. It was Stafford earlier in the season when they went on that lull. He was just bad turnovers, bad picks. The thing that blows me away is they turned it over 4 times this past week against Tampa, and there were 0 Stafford turnovers. The self-infliction from the Rams. If they play clean football, I think the Rams win the Super Bowl.
I think so too. And let me ask you a question about Ozark. Okay, I finished it last night.
Well, no spoilers. No, you're not going to spoil anything, right?
This is not going to spoil anything, but I'm just asking a question.
Okay.
If I had the ability to go to a trunk somewhere and pull out $300,000, do I not also have the ability to hire security to take care of me and my family?
That's a great question.
and never have somebody come to the door and we all look at each other like, who could that be?
So, yeah, I
I
mean, there are a couple of holes. And I love Ozark.
There's quite a few holes.
There's quite a few holes. One of the holes in Ozark is they could have bought any house they wanted to, really. They bought a house that is all windows. And I'm like, you literally could have any number of people trying to kill you at any point in time. Why would you just have an entire bank of windows in your house?
Look, and I know Marty lives below his means.
Right, he's a cheap dude.
Yeah, he's always been like that going back to the first episode, and there's a flashback to that. But, yeah, you don't want to live with all windows. But, JD, I agree with you, man. I don't know what you gave the grade overall for this abbreviated Season 4. Brown and I both went solid Bs.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed. I just can't get past the fact that he's so smart but yet so dumb.
Yeah.
I mean, I would think the number one thing is I'm taking care. Nobody is ever coming to my door.
That's right.
Okay?
Yep.
Nobody's ever going to approach me without getting stopped by my team that says, I'm sorry, but you can't speak to him. Not even the FBI is coming to my door.
That's right. They have an inordinate amount of people that pull in their driveway and knock on their door. I mean, it is crazy. You're right.
It's amazing. I mean, that would never happen.
Yeah.
But the whole thing, I think they had to rush it. Okay, it was almost like they said, well, "Let's hurry up, and just throw it." Almost like Game of Thrones did with their last. And I guess this isn't last season, but I just thought, man, come on, y'all are just getting a little lazy.
Yeah, and they need to be done. I think 7 episodes was enough. I think they needed to episodes 6 and 7. Redo those. Make sure this thing's over. I don't know how they stretch it. Again, we're not giving anything away, but I was disappointed too. But it's been a strong A for the first 3 seasons.
Yep.
I thought Season 1 was an A+. Season 2 was probably a B+. Season 3, I think, went back to a solid A. And then I would go almost B- on this one.
Well, you, me, and Dunaway are finished. We're down to Rockstar now. Where are you?
I'm still where I was. We had a long night watching Little League basketball last night for nephews and stuff, so we didn't get home till like 9:30. And I can't. So
you're
I'm
at 3?
solid on episode 4. We have.
All right.
So we're on episode 5.
Episode 5. All right. So as soon as Rockstar finishes, we'll do a special. It will not preempt any future Mystery Fifth Hours. We'll still do our normal Mystery Fifth Hour, but we'll do a special one for those of you that love Ozark and give you our thoughts on Season 7 with spoilers.
Yeah,
You'll need to be very careful.
Not to rush. Is there any chance you finish today? I know you've got trivia tonight.
Don't want to push
today,
it.
No, there's no way.
Yeah.
Because she's teaching today, got lessons. Like that's why we're on 2 different schedules, and I'm not allowed to Netflix cheat and watch alone.
That's a good
I'll
principle
get
in
in
life.
big trouble.
I don't like doing it anyway because I really don't want to go back and
I don't have to watch it again.
Yeah, because if it's not good, like I really don't have a desire to watch Ozark Season 4 again.
I don't either.
Yeah.
Hey, a couple quick things before we get our injury update here. Oklahoma State has made it official, Lance. Derek Mason is their new defensive coordinator. I don't think it surprises anyone, but there has been a decent lag since he left the Auburn job and took this one. Normally it's a little more bang, bang.
Yeah, look, what I heard is Derek Mason, I think it was a grind for him. He wanted to possibly get out of coaching for a little bit. This opportunity came up. Again, he's 52.
Yep.
Sources close to Derek Mason say that he wants to become a head coach again. Right now where these programs are, look, historically Auburn's a better program, but Oklahoma State, a play away from getting to a 14 playoff last year. They're going to be good again this year.
Also, Rockstar, how annoying is this on the bottom right TV here in the studio? Well, Stephen A. Smith is on both my TV, or 2 of our TVs. He's on ESPN2 and ESPN at the same time. First Take, the Stephen A. Smith show?
Oh, yeah, it's First Take.
Your 2 panelists today are Stephen A. Smith and Chris Russo. There's no volume on this. Mad Dog. How annoying does that sound, though?
I can't. My God. Sour Shoes from Stern does a fantastic Russo.
Oh, yeah, I've heard it.
See if I can find it. It is so good.
It is so good.
Don't get us shut down. Lunsford's not here to bail us out if you get us shut down for playing stuff we're not supposed to play. All right, LT, Injury Updated is presented by our friends at Precision Sports Medicine.
Yes, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations in central Alabama, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. Your injury cannot wait any longer. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com.
Wendell Green came back into the game, but he also tweeted after the game, my knee's fine. You don't have to worry about me. Darius Miles for Alabama did not, but Nato said after the game that the Georgia doctors said everything felt solid, so they're getting an MRI back in Tuscaloosa today to find out about Miles, who did not return. He averages 7 points, almost 4 boards a game for the Crimson Tide.
Sean Payton is retiring. Will Sean Payton coach again? If so, where? Boy, Sean Payton and Aaron Rodgers together. Could you imagine that?
Be dangerous.
Well, it'll be dangerous. We'll discuss that next on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer. And one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
On the field or in the office, you need a solid team and a strong game plan if you want to beat the competition. Xerox Business Solutions Southeast offers everything from printers to managed IT services, as well as hybrid work hardware solutions through our titanium partnership with Dell. For championship-level office solutions, get Xerox Business Solutions Southeast into your starting lineup. Visit xbssoutheast.com/win. Touchdown!
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
continue on the next round. Before Lance tells us about Hemp Hill Services, I want to tell you what we're about to talk about is Sean Payton, Rockstar.
SP.
Do you know where Sean Payton likes to vacation?
The A of 30.
30A. You've seen him there.
I've seen him a bunch. I mean, I've seen him 4 or 5 times, and I've seen him in like weird situations, like on a bike by himself.
Didn't you almost hit him on a bike one time?
I did not
Don't
almost
want
hit
to
him
bring
on a
up
bike. No. I will tell you, I saw him.
Or was it Dunaway that almost hit him on a bike?
Did he take a bounty out on him?
Saw him in Bud and Alley's. Looked like he was having a lot of fun one night.
Yeah, well, who doesn't in Bud and Alley's?
I saw him at the outside bar at the Pearl one night.
Right.
I saw him walking down the cobblestone in front of La Crema one day wearing his Tom's shoes.
Uh-huh.
Do a lot of people wear Tom's shoes?
Tom's shoes. That is.
Well, the reason it jumped out is he had shorts on with no socks and he was wearing Tom's shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I've seen Sean Payton a lot down there. I would not be surprised he's down there right now.
Oh, I think that's where he was. That's what we were talking about. Do Hemp Hill first.
Yeah, so I got to hear some of the, okay, well, let me tell you this. And then when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to have this number on speed dial. That is 205-229-2090. That's our friends at Hemp Hill Services, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys that I trust to fix it right, fix it the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090. I actually listened to the press conference on the NFL Network on Sirius XM driving home, so I didn't see him. He continued to talk about Mrs. Benson,
right.
But I didn't know where he was. I thought they were in the same room.
I think they were. It looked like he was at the facility. So Rockstar's pulled up the Toms.
They didn't look like that. They were white Toms, and I think they were laced up.
Oh, laced up? I didn't know Toms ever had laces. I thought that was the whole thing with Toms.
I thought they were laced up.
Those might not be Toms. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Those are not Toms.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, there they are.
Oh, is that those are them?
Yeah.
I kind of like those.
Yeah, those white ones.
Kind of like those.
Middle ones. Yeah, that was that.
Yeah.
That's the Sean Payton special.
Oh, he had those on, huh?
Yep.
Those look comfortable, Lance.
Yeah, but I can't do the shoes without socks.
Is it Tom's Rockstar?
I'm telling you, shoes ultimately, it doesn't matter how clean your feet are.
Yeah.
And I wash my feet with a washcloth. I know you don't use a washcloth, which I don't get.
Can you film that one day,
I
please?
scrub my feet twice a day with a washcloth, so they're very, very clean. I also, guys, you're going to hate me for this, I put lotion on my feet at least once a week. I don't want to die with scraped up, banged up feet. I want my feet to be somewhat soft.
He was in good condition.
It doesn't matter how clean
feet.
your feet are. If you wear shoes without socks, your shoes are eventually going to smell.
The line from that was, I wash my feet with a washcloth. And Brown, I know you don't use a washcloth, which I do not get.
And you guys are going to hate me. You're going to hate me. But I use lotion.
I'm going to say that 99% of our guys out there probably don't put lotion on their feet. But I see these women walking around, and they've got like an ashy hill, like they stuck the hill on a volcano.
Yeah.
It's not a good look.
It's not good on the sheets either. You hear that?
Oh, it's a bad feeling. Yes, awful. I think the majority of people do not use a washcloth.
How do you wash your ass if you don't use a washcloth?
With
Are
soap.
you supposed to?
With soap.
Man,
I mean,
I don't know, man.
A lot of people thought, or Dunaway actually, his theory was that Sean Payton was at 38. That's why he was ghosting people, because you'll have to admit, as magical as 38 is, the cell service down there sucks.
It's really bad.
It's terrible.
It really is.
I mean, you'll just randomly be sitting around and your phone will go crazy. You'll get 15 texts. You're like, I've been missing text for 4 hours and didn't know
Did you
it.
hear about Magic Johnson?
I'm going to assume his place is in Alice Beach. You know, I walk through Alice. I never stay in Alice. I admire all the buildings, the structures,
Right.
all the white, pure, heaven-like layout of Alice Beach. I would guess his place is at Alice.
Probably so. I mean, that's high dollar, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Sean's got the money. So he loves him some 38. Would it stun you? The guy's, what is he, 53? Is that right?
58.
58? Would it stun you if he never coaches again?
It would not stun me if he never coaches again. Look, he's accomplished, something that nobody ever has before, and that's winning a Super Bowl with the Saints. That was an awful organization. They had one postseason win before Sean Payton took it over. They have 9 postseason wins in his 16 years. He's done an incredible job. He was an elite coach. He's a Hall of Fame coach.
If you're Aaron Rodgers, I mean, this is a narrow. I mean, Miami is probably your best situation for this. Do you reach out to him and say, let's team up?
I mean, if you're Aaron Rodgers, would you not want to play for Sean Payton?
Yeah, I think he would. I think he would love to.
But I mean, there are not many. I mean, again, I bring this up. Denver would be one, right? I mean, Denver's without a coach and needs a quarterback right now. Miami would be one. They're without a coach. They need a quarterback right now.
Let's just start. I know you would love that dream scenario.
Oh, I would love that dream scenario. You kidding me?
If I'm John Elway knows Sean Payton well. He knows how well he works with quarterbacks. John Elway knows you've got to have an elite quarterback to win a Super Bowl. He was an elite quarterback. He won multiple Super Bowls. He had an elite quarterback in Peyton Manning who won him a Super Bowl. John Elway should make the call today. Let me get you guys together. Aaron Rodgers likes to vacation. We saw it. He's already said if he comes back, he doesn't want to do any early work.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
as a Dolphins fan, he doesn't need it.
He said, "Look, man, the OTAs.
Yep.
I want to completely skip that stuff again if I'm back in 2022.
I'm good with that."
So, hey, look, Aaron, take a little vacation down to 30A. We'll go see Sean Payton. We'll take my jet, sit down, have one of these summit meetings, come up with a plan if you're John Elway, give Sean Payton whatever he wants.
I mean, if I'm Minnesota's looking for a coach. I'd do this in a heartbeat. Playing in that dome with Sean Payton.
Now, the problem for Aaron Rodgers, he's still under 1 year contract, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably.
I guess you're not. Is he free and clear?
I can't remember. I know Devontae Adams is.
Yeah, Devontae is free and clear.
Yeah. So if I'm Devontae, I'm like, hey, where are we going? Me, the three of us, me, you, and Sean Payton.
Can you imagine if you could get Devontae, Sean Payton to play with? So you'd have Devontae, Jerry Jeudy, Tim Patrick, Noah Fant as your tight end.
I mean, they're among the Super Bowl favorites at that point.
Yeah, I think they probably are your Super Bowl favorite.
If you drop those three in Miami, Miami missed the playoffs by a game this year.
Oh, I think if you pair up, look, it comes down to me to elite coaches, elite quarterbacks in this league. You saw what New Orleans was able to do with Drew Brees and Sean Payton. Again, they left a lot of meat on the bone. And look, some of their postseason losses over the last 5 years have been monumental, catastrophic if you're a Saints fan. Games they shouldn't have lost. The Minnesota Miracle.
Yeah.
The NFC Championship game against the Rams. No PI call. People believe that Kyle Rudolph was a push-off in the back of the end zone against Minnesota. They've lost some really tough postseason games.
They have. I was just thinking about that this morning. I'm like, man, if I'm Aaron Rodgers, the first call I make Sean Payton and say, look, there are a couple places you and I could probably team up together. Are you interested? Everybody thinks Sean Payton will be the Cowboys coach at some point.
I don't see it.
But apparently Jerry Jones has had it for him for a long time.
Again, he left the door open the other day that Mike McCarthy might not be back, that he could potentially look elsewhere. I think if Sean Payton called Jerry Jones and says, I want to be your head coach, he would do it.
He would fire McCarthy today.
But if I'm Sean Payton, 60 sounds like a good number to get out. Sean Payton seems like a younger 58, especially for a head coach.
But I have plenty of cash, you would think.
I'd be willing to push it all in on 1 or 2 more seasons if I could pair with Aaron Rodgers.
I was just thinking about what an amazing pairing that would be if you could pull that off if you're Aaron Rodgers. All right, next hour, Trash with LT as always. And when we return, 3 and Out. That's coming up on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter @TheLanceTaylor.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Excalibur Services, now a Trane dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get 2 sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we got trash coming up this hour. We're about to do 3 and Out. We'll get your phone calls as well, 205-734-0923. It is the Champy's Chicken Hour. Win your tailgates this upcoming football season, or if you're basketball tailgating as well, with Champy's Chicken. Right there off 119 in Alabaster, Blues, Brews, and Bird. Champy's Chicken. You can see it all online, champy'schicken.com. Great idea for lunch today. Get those Mississippi Delta tamales we always tell you about. They are phenomenal. Champy's Chicken, champy'schicken.com. Along with Lance Taylor, I'm Ryan Brown, Rockstar, and Scott back there. Lunsford back tomorrow for the World Series of Poker. Dunaway hopefully back tomorrow as well. We are doing a new thing. We are 3 days in. There'll be another one tomorrow, and we got to figure out Friday. We call it, I don't know what we're calling it. I called it the drive-in. I don't know what we're calling
It's
it.
like everybody has their own title for it.
They do? Well, we never gave it a title.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on a sponsorship, but
As
right
most
now
things do
was
on this
the,
show.
the
Yes.
commute with the Next Round.
The commute. And Rockstar did the first one where he said in very hot take fashion, Godfather is overrated?
Not overrated. I just think it's to the point where if you miss out on something at a certain point of time.
Right.
And for some reason I saw it was on my Amazon book suggestion list, The Godfather, and I was like, well, I've tried to watch the movie, and this is, everybody rants and raves about it. Everybody loves this movie. I'm going to try to read the book. I was like, the book is actually quite good. I'm going to try again to watch the
So
movie.
you read the Mario Puzo book?
Yes,
Yeah.
The Godfather, which I think goes through all the way through Godfather 2. I enjoyed it thoroughly, so I was like, I'm going to try it again to watch the movie. Pulled it up, watched the wedding scene and everything, which goes almost by the book. And then I last about 45 minutes when Corleone gets shot.
Hey, now, spoiler alert.
I couldn't do it.
1972, by the way.
Spoiler alert.
To me, it's a masterpiece. I do believe, and I think I'm in the minority, Godfather 2 is a little bit better.
1 and 2 are really good. 3.
I know how you feel.
Yeah, you know how I feel about that.
But what's crazy is you have pictures in your head. You develop. I knew that Michael Corleone was going to be Pacino and all that stuff. I knew, like, when I'm reading the book, that I'm trying to. You have pictures,
right?
And when I feed of Tessa, seeing him in the book, and he turns out to be who? Abe Vigoda.
Abe Vigoda.
I could not believe that. I was like, that is not who I pictured to be.
But if Abe Vigoda's never in Barney Miller, I think it's a little bit different.
Yeah. But it's just stuff like that. But I just couldn't get through it, and I don't want people to say like you're a snob because you think the book is better. I was like, no, I think the book was okay. It was a good book, but then like I just couldn't get through the film. There's just some things where if I said like Top Gun or Ferris Bueller's Day Off, if you hadn't seen it yet, and I'd tell you to watch it, it's like this is one of the funniest movies, Ferris Bueller. You watch it today going, it really isn't that good.
No, but The Godfather holds up.
That's what I'm saying. Like Jaws too. Jaws holds up. But I'm saying Godfather, I just could not get into it.
No, that surprises me because you like The Sopranos.
Yeah.
And obviously it doesn't have the humor of The Sopranos, but it really is a piece of filmmaking. It's a masterpiece.
Yeah.
It really is one of the best films ever made.
It's funny you mention Abe Vigoda because probably my favorite character from Godfather is Tom Hagen, played by Robert Duvall. I think he is so good as the consigliere.
Yeah.
And when they're about to make Abe make Sally pay for
it's a great line.
double crossing, and he goes, "Come on, Tom, give me all for old time's sake." And Robert Duvall, I love it. He goes, "Can't do it, Sally.
Can't do it.
Can't do it, Sally." And he just turns around and walks away.
And James Caan, as Sonny Corleone, was so good in that role, but they didn't want James Caan. Like they wanted a true Italian.
Yeah, it does. It does feel a little miscast.
Yeah. I mean,
but he does a good job.
Off, but he does an incredible. He plays such a good hothead.
Yeah, boy, he is a good hothead.
And Jeremy Renner, obviously, he's far from Italian, but he would have played a really good hothead too.
Really good. He can play a good hothead.
So that's what Rockstar did. Dunaway got all philosophical. Today, I talked about teleportation. And I don't know if you remember this discussion.
I want to be able to teleport.
I know you do. Yeah. And we discussed it coming home from Indianapolis. I don't know if you were awake or asleep. But I made the point, like when cell phones first started, right? You had the minutes limitation. You remember? Like you only had 35 minutes a month or whatever. You would have to think once we start teleporting, that's going to be the case. You can only go so many miles a year. And my point was, if you had 500 teleportation miles.
By the way, I wouldn't have used mine for Indy.
Well, that's what I was going to ask.
On the way home, I might.
That was when we were talking about on the way home. But you've only got like 500 miles in a year. Would you say, hey, guys, get me to Nashville. I'm going to teleport from there. But, I mean, it's January.
But people are also going to be I just want to teleport to work today, take those miles. Or I just want to teleport to the basketball game, which is 40 minutes away.
Now, are you going to be able to teleport with all your stuff? Because it'd be awesome to be able to fly
you
one
go naked,
way.
like Terminator.
Well, in The Fly, when he did his back and forth, Seth Brundle was naked.
You got to, man. Clothes don't travel.
But what it has created.
So I don't get to carry on.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how teleportation works. Somebody told me to look up, it's so far back now, quantum computing. He says it's mind-blowing.
So we're getting there.
I really don't know.
We've got the dude that's traveled in the future. Remember from
it's a trash story, right?
He's got over 1 million followers on Instagram.
Mm-hmm. Yep. He's done it multiple times. He just can't. He has grainy footage of what the future looks like because he brought his cell phone.
But we have an in-depth discussion, 2 minutes and 20 seconds of teleportation at Next Round Live. Lance will have his tomorrow. We'll see what Lance has tomorrow. So check those out each morning, as long as we're doing them, and we'll have a name for them once it gets sponsored.
I take it you were not going to use your 4 miles, your commute on teleportation if you only have so many.
No. I was just discussing the concept
go from
of
hole
limited.
1 to hole 3.
I was discussing the concept of limited teleportation.
No, that would be fun for you to be able to go to Pebble and play around today, right?
It would be, but I'd burn up all my miles.
Yeah.
And that was my whole point is in January, you really have to think hard about it. Like, do I want to use half my miles in January just to get back from Nashville?
Well, and the other thing is, how many people travel alone?
Let's see. Scott's got me up right there. I generally don't like traveling alone. But as you learned, going to and from Indianapolis, I'm a terrible passenger. I just prefer to drive.
Where did you find your little stand, by the way? Because I did mine handheld today.
5 Below. Handheld is very dangerous when you're driving.
Don't know. We just stuck it between the steering wheel and just prayed for a miracle.
We were looking through the steering wheel. We couldn't even see how fast he was going.
Okay, so 5 Below.
5 Below. Yep. Got all kinds of options there.
The first and only good purchase I've ever made there.
Yeah. No, you can get good suckers, too. They got those Jolly Rancher suckers.
This was name's Mike. He's a real sucker.
Tripp says you can't call spoiler alert no movie released 50 years ago. Of course, I was
agree.
joking. We do it all the time. Like spoiler alert, the North won. Hey, let's do 3 and Out right now. It's presented each day by Vulcan Tire and Automotive. I should have warned Rockstar in advance. I just saw that. Sorry about that, Rockstar. My bad. Hey, Rockstar, we're doing 3 and Out here.
You're in the chair. You've taken over the role.
It's presented by Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Lance?
Hey, yeah, if you need to get that car winterized, make sure you get in, see our friends locally owned and operated. They do a fantastic job from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
See, good question by Jeff B. Since Lil Sweet is so small, does he get twice as many teleportations as we do? I mean, he's a lot less to teleport. That's a good point. Is there a weight limit? There's a lot of questions have to be answered about this.
Yeah, it really does.
Yep.
I mean, like Charlie Weiss teleporting, I should get a little
double
bit more than him.
That's right. If he gets 500 miles, I should get 1,000. I'm less to teleport.
Okay, in 2022, bigger fall win-wise, Cincinnati Bearcats, who we talked about earlier, they've got that Week 1 game at Arkansas.
Yeah.
Or the New Orleans Saints losing Sean Payton.
I mean, what were the Saints this year, though? 9-8?
Cincinnati won.
Yeah, I need to pull up
games.
Cincinnati. Do you mind me pulling up their schedule real quick? Do you mind?
No.
Because I know they play Arkansas, and then I know they play the American.
And I'm just talking about total wins. So
I know.
Cincinnati, if they go from 13 to 10 -3, Saints go from 9 to 6 -3.
Yeah, see, because I could see Cincinnati being like a 9-3 team. They are at Arkansas. They host Kennesaw State. There's a good game.
That's a win.
They play Miami. That's a win. Indiana. That's likely a win. That's all they got right now. I don't have the conference schedule. I just get there at a conference.
I think they're going to be a 10-2 team next year.
Probably so. I think I'll say the Saints on this one.
I think the Saints are more like a 5 or 6 win team. Now, the good news for the Saints is, and we talked about this, I don't think we talked about it on the air, the NFC South is going to be so bad next year if Tom Brady doesn't come back.
Yeah.
You got to completely reset, and it's no telling how many unrestricted free agents Tampa Bay will lose. The Saints, they weren't good this year. Now you lose Sean Payton, kind of the mastermind behind that whole operation. Carolina was awful. They don't have their quarterback. And Atlanta gets a little worse every year because Matt Ryan is diminished.
That division's awful.
Yeah.
I mean, without Tom Brady, if Tom Brady doesn't stick around, that division is awful. But do you envision the new Saints coach walking in? Somebody says, Coach, who's our quarterback? He goes, well, based on our payroll, it's Taysom Hill.
No.
We're paying him like he's our starting quarterback.
I know we're in cap hell right now.
Yeah.
But we're going to go deeper in cap hill because we're cutting the Taysom Hill.
That's right. I'm going to take whatever financial hit I have to take.
You ain't got nothing on me, Taysom.
Second down.
Speaking of Sean Payton, who's got a better chance of actually being in the league next year once they completely recalibrate? Is it going to be Tom Brady or Sean Payton?
This upcoming season?
Yeah.
I would say Tom Brady because I think Sean Payton will take a season off.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think it's Tom Brady just because he's under contract.
Like, it's weird in the NFL. This doesn't happen in college, but I think in the NFL, if Peyton were still under contract, teams would have to give up a draft pick to hire him, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's weird in the NFL. We don't deal with that in college. Like, if Mike Leach wanted to take another job, all he's got to do is negotiate whatever financial buyout there is. But in the NFL, it's about draft picks. So, like, for Miami, for instance, to get them, I don't know what they'd have to give up, but they'd have to give something up draft pick-wise. So I think Peyton, I don't know how long that contract is for him.
Would you give up a first for Sean Payton?
Heck yes.
Yeah.
And you know what else? If I had Sean.
Well, I think in his system with Tua, he'd
be better.
There's a ton of dink and dunk in that Sean Payton system, and I think Tua's really good at that.
That's all he ever throws. Yeah. I would take him, but if you told me I have to give up 2 future first-round picks to get Sean Payton and Aaron Rodgers, I do that in a heartbeat.
I think you give up 5 for the combination.
I mean, you go Rams, right? You just mortgage all your future drafts.
Third down.
Okay, more insane. Bonds and Clemens are locked out of the Hall of Fame. I still just cannot get that. Or Antonio Brown is pursuing legal action against the Bucks. And they have a sit-down. I never watched the HBO Inside Sports, but apparently this interview coming up with Antonio Brown, his agent, and Bryant Gumbel. Or is it Greg Gumbel?
That's Bryant Gumbel.
Yeah.
That's Bryant.
What's Greg say?
Greg says we're live with them Chicago. Chicago.
It's supposed to be a very interesting interview.
So it's Bryant Gumbel interviewing Antonio Brown and his agent?
Yep. Or his counsel.
His handler, his counselor, his whatever? Yeah. Does Rockstar, do you think Brian ever takes the glasses off and says, so,
Let me get this straight.
He's got his
They
notepad.
wanted to take you to you call it the crazy house?
No, Gumbel did ask this is pretty interesting because, in the conversation, Antonio says, I'm not worried about getting the ball. Tom Brady is my guy, and I'm kind of paraphrasing here. He's the reason I'm playing at Tampa. And then Gumbel interjects, well, I'm asking you, could you have potentially earned more bonus money if you had been targeted more catches and more yardage in the Jets game? And that's when the attorney steps in.
No, whoa, we're not going to say that. Nothing that Antonio Brown does is crazy, so I'll say the first part is crazy.
Well, Brown is saying the reason he's so upset is because the Bucs are saying that he had a spontaneous mental health episode. I don't know if you guys were watching. He took his pads off on the sideline, went completely shirtless.
Yeah, and then waved to the crowd on his way out.
In the middle of a game.
I know.
And then he said he had a bad leg.
Yeah, that's right. I couldn't play because I got a broken ankle.
So I don't know if this is a claim. I think maybe it's truth.
I don't know. I
think he went insane.
When you put crazy and Antonio Brown in the same sentence, I'm going with the first option. I can't even remember what the first option was.
You can't have a Hall of Fame without Barry Bonds.
That is crazy.
You can't.
Yeah, both of them.
Fourth down.
Okay, a rock star chime in. Ellen DeGeneres is 64 today. The late, great Eddie Van Halen would have been 67. Who had the better career?
Eddie Van Halen.
Better than Ellen.
Yeah.
Eddie was, for some, I haven't seen guitar lists, but I think he would be a top 5 guitarist,
Yes.
right?
He was an innovator and stuff like that. People can remember. When Ellen dies, what are you going to get, like footage of her dancing down the aisle of her show?
I'll tell you,
Dory?
she did some things that really upset people over the last couple of years. Like
Ellen Disingenuous?
Yeah, just mistreated her employees, which is hard to believe when you watch the show.
I know. She seems so genuine.
She was one of the best interviewers I've ever seen. It's just so comfortable.
Yeah. I don't know about her interviews, but I thought she was a very generous person. She would give,
she gives a lot to charity.
Yeah.
It's just that she's just not supposed to. In person, she's not very fun to be
that was
around.
really surprising to me.
Is Ellen canceled now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
They canceled the show?
I don't know if they canceled the show.
If they canceled the show, I think
her ratings went down very big.
Precipitously.
Huh.
Kelly Clarkson's like the new thing right now.
Wow.
Now, I've asked this question before.
That's an awful show. I've only seen it once.
How often did you watch Ellen?
That's all it takes. I'm sorry. I can tell. It's an awful show.
That's like somebody earlier was talking about.
Of course, I guess our show has got some really bad moments, too.
Oh, gosh, we're a terrible show. Yeah. What was the movie you were asking about earlier that if somebody you asked him if he had seen? Oh, God. Somebody said, I watched 10 minutes of it, got up, walked out of the theater. I'm like, if you only give a movie 10 minutes, that is awful.
Well, sometimes that's all it takes.
To get up and walk out of the theater after 10 minutes?
Honestly, I think Kelly Clarkson's was about 10 minutes.
Who was the guest?
Some Asian dude that had a purse.
All right.
Yeah.
I know who you're talking about.
Do you really?
Down. No, I have no clue.
Asian dude with a purse.
And he had his setup jokes.
Asian dude with the purse.
Because the way these talk shows work is they have the go through, hey, this is what we're going to talk about. Ask me about this. Ask me about that.
Did she do a monologue? Because those are my favorite things.
I didn't see her monologue. I really wasn't fair to Kelly Clarkson.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes. I think you should give her more than that.
She should do an interview with Lil Sweet.
I've asked this before.
I would actually watch that.
Yeah, I think I would too. I've asked this before. Is it weird or is it unique, Rockstar, as a musician, for a band that is carrying the name for it not to be the lead singer but just the guitarist? You know what I'm saying? Like Van Halen. Like normally, if the band carries a name, it's going to be your lead singer. I mean, he's like the primo guy.
Van Halen was the primo guy.
Yeah, but he's not your lead singer.
Well, he also has the drummers too of Van Halen. They got two guys.
Yeah,
of Van
Alex
Halen.
and Eddie.
Yeah.
Our buddy David Lynam, although Lynam's a little bit less than Van Halen.
No, not by much, but just to like.
But Jacob, a great musician he's in L.A. right now writing music,
he
isn't
was
he?
doing stuff with Steven Adler.
Jacob was the real talent behind the band, but he said, look, we're going to name this band Lynam because you're going to have to learn how to play drums. You're going to have to, the band is going to wear your name where you get good.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So we're going to put pressure on you.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to think of some other band names. So we've got Van Halen and Lynam, opposite ends of the spectrum.
Well, I'm just saying normally, like, I know it's a solo act, but like Bruce Springsteen in the E Street Band, Bruce Springsteen didn't play the bass. He's the lead singer. I'm just saying normally if you're going to put a name on it,
Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers.
It's gonna be the lead singer is my only point. It's just kind of weird that Van Halen was just the guitarist, and I don't mean to diminish what he did.
An amazing piano player too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't know. I'm sure there's some examples out there. Maybe.
But anyway, it's a random point.
Would you rather be Don Henley and the Eagles?
Well, but Henley and Glenn Fry kind of split time on who sang lead.
I think Glenn Fry would have put up with
No,
that.
I don't. You don't think so? You don't
Well,
think
it's
those
just
goes?
an idea I threw out there.
That is 3 and Out, presented by Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Hey, again, these guys do great work. Brown just got tires recently. If you need to get the car winterized, take it to see our friends at Vulcan Tire and Auto, locally owned and operated. They can do anything you need, bumper to bumper, for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
We were discussing this before the show. So Big Poppy's the only one that got in, right?
Yeah.
On the voting, they'll
That was
have I can't remember.
Got in first ballot. I think he got 78% of the vote.
Did you ever watch him and think he was a first ballot Hall of Famer?
I remember watching him back to his Twin days. I thought he was really good. I thought he got better as the career went, and that's why there's a little discussion. Maybe PEDs were involved with Big Poppy. That's what is such a sham about this whole thing. These guys can get in because it was proven. These guys these guys can't get in because it was proven. These guys can get in because there was a shadow of a doubt, but we never proved it. Whole thing is completely ridiculous. But he got better as his career went. He won multiple championships. He was clutch in the postseason.
Yeah, but first ballot Hall of Famer generally has been reserved for the best of the best. I don't put Big Poppy in that category.
I think he was a top 10 player for about 5 years, though.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Borderline, but, I guess they had to put somebody in. They should have put Bonds and Clemens in.
Yeah, so there's the Players of Today committee, I guess is what they call it now, that can put those guys in.
Yeah, I heard Buster Olney used to be a regular here on the Next Round. He was talking about they'll eventually get in. As this older generation of writer.
Right.
Becomes a little more.
Yeah, it's been the writers
forgiving.
that have kept them out, yeah. So Bonds and Clemens will eventually get in, is what everybody thinks.
Yeah, but it's going to be a little tainted. I guess it'll be tainted once they're in. But, Clemens came out and he said, look, I didn't play to get in the Hall of Fame. I'm sure both want to get in the Hall of Fame.
I mean, that's a good perspective to have, but I don't know that I totally believe it.
Yeah,
I don't think you played to get in it, but having done what you did, you want to be in it.
Clemens seems like that is something he really cared about. Bonds might not have showed up for the ceremony.
Yeah, you think he's that better?
No, Bonds was the guy that had his own clubhouse chair.
He did. I remember that, yeah.
He was just a little different.
I remember the late, great Pedro Gomez of ESPN. He got...
I continue to forget he's passed.
Yeah, he got put on that detail of following Bonds around leading up to his home runs and then the ensuing controversy after that with all the PED stuff. And he basically...
Exhausting.
He had to have been. And I remember him coming over Herb, which is when I used to produce Herb's show, to do interviews and talk about it. He was such a nice guy about it. But I remember thinking, how bad was that? But Pedro would describe some of that, like how he had his own chair and all of that. But Pedro was on like the Barry Bonds beat forever.
Hey, good call, Jeff B. Fleetwood Mac.
Mick Fleetwood.
Mick Fleetwood, There you go.
Yep, that's a great call.
Yeah, because Lindsey Buckingham's your lead singer there, right? And Stevie Nicks.
Stevie Nicks is that band.
Yeah.
But without Lindsey Buckingham.
It's true, but I'm saying if you...
But you would stack it Stevie, Lindsey. I mean, Mick would be number 3.
Yeah.
What's crazy is when we did that album we did Rumors for Blackjacket, and everybody's there to see Stevie's songs. On the actual album, she probably sings 3 of those songs. It's crazy. And then that album, everybody knows this. That's Stevie Nicks. It's
Boy,
crazy.
and they've made a comeback with the younger generation. I don't know if your kids like Fleetwood Mac, but Leighton dropped Jack off last night and she had a Fleetwood Mac shirt on.
Yeah. I don't know.
And she actually listens to their music. I know these kids wear a lot of these shirts and they don't listen to music.
The TikTok thing with the Dreams video. Everybody does the
Dreams
the
guy
song.
that was
people.
the thing.
Yeah, people are doing it all over the place.
I enjoyed coming to see you do Rumors. I'm not a huge Fleetwood Mac guy, though.
I like something like The Chain's a fantastic
The Chain's
song.
Awesome
Great
song.
song.
Landside's a great song.
I don't mind Don't Stop.
I don't like Don't Stop.
You don't like Go Your Own Way?
Don't like Go Your Own Way.
I mean, there's
Gold Dust Woman?
The Tusk getting bad, but I think
I'd never have liked Tusk.
The Chain is. I like Tusk because USC's band did it, but The Chain is awesome.
Yeah, The Chain is the best song on that album. That's the funnest one to do. It's high. It's really high up there for me. But Go Your Own Way kills me. That is a high. So Lindsey Buckingham, underrated singer.
Oh yeah.
Yes, he can get up
and
there.
he can play the guitar.
Amazing guitar player, but just underrated singer.
Hey, Trash is coming up next. As Dunaway always reminds you, his old school, the University of Montevallo, was a college distinction 10 years running. 2021 top 20 best value school. They'll do that again in 2022. 75 majors. They add new majors and minors all the time. Schedule an in-person tour there at montevallo.edu. That is montevallo.edu. Lance takes us down the road to Trash next.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan
Rockstar
Brown
on my
Live.
way into the palatial
Hey, if you're looking
Blue
for
Lake
Birmingham's
Center
best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up funds, a cash-out refinance can get you what you need. And Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. A good locally owned company. mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA. Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143, or mydrytech.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from the next round. You know, the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
New year, new you. Get past those old aches and pains. Let Stretch Zone help you work towards your goals easier. Come see us for a free stretch, then give us 12 weeks while you stretch towards your goals in 2022. To learn more, 205-509-2349 or online, stretchzonebham.com.
Fans of Twin Peaks, make sure you stay up to date by signing up for their e-club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today. The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
We continue on the next round.
There was something I was about to bring up right here before we did trash. Oh, it's going to be Cowan Equipment polls. I even mentioned that to Lance. Our polls presented by Cowan Equipment Company, LT.
Yes, Cowan, our friends there. If you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Quickly wrapping up yesterday's. When you say I mean no disrespect, do you really mean disrespect?
You do.
74% said yes, 26% said no. Dang, I lost my place. Can you apply a tourniquet? Rockstar, I can't remember if you thought you could.
To a severed arm.
Yeah, 72% said they could apply a tourniquet. 28% say no. Don't go anywhere dangerous with the 28%. Do you like clip shows? 53% said no. 47% said yes. It's a very old reference, the clip shows.
Yo, well, how pissed would you be? You're all excited about a new episode of Breaking Bad on Sunday, and you come back and it's a clip show.
But I can access all the Breaking Bads at the same time now.
I know,
In the old school clip show, you couldn't. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know if you knew much of a difference. I wasn't a clip show guy, and when you look back on it, it really seems lazy.
It does, but again, it was your only avenue to see some great moments that you loved again. Not everything was on demand. Will Alabama make the NCAA tournament? 54% say yes. 46% say no.
It's getting dicey. Again, we went through it, and just based on where they'll be favored and where they'll be underdogs, if they win the games they're favored, they're still going to win 17 or 18 games. And 17 or 18 with that out of conference with those wins over Gonzaga, Houston probably still gets them in. But we're going to have some fun with Rockstar down the stretch, I think.
Where are they right now, Rockstar?
They're on the bubble. I mean, like this, who do they have Saturday?
They got Baylor.
Well, see, it's
former number one team in the country.
I mean, it would look really good on their resume if they beat them. They don't have to win it. They can lose this one.
It's the type of game Alabama has won all year, by the way. They lose to Georgia and Missouri, and they beat Gonzaga and Houston and, play right with Auburn, the number one team in the country.
It's one of those games where it can only help them. It's not going to really hurt them, but it can only help to win.
Let's do trash presented by Mortgage Right. Hit it, Rocky.
We tried to reach out to the man who died in this pursuit. They were unavailable for comment. Micah, back to you.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, new year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up some funds, a cash-out refinance can get you what you need. Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. If you're ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket, then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender. Since we were talking Ozark, I saw an article on Jason Bateman this morning.
I really like him. Almost anything
he's in,
man.
Yeah. He says that he believes he harmed his career for over 10 years because he, quote, stayed at the party too long. What do you think he means by this?
Stayed at the party too long. He drank too much?
Ozark actor believes that he, quote, lost his place in line in Hollywood because his focus was on partying rather than work, something he felt that he had to do because he'd been acting since he was 11 years old. In an interview with the Guardian newspaper, 53-year-old actor said, quote, having thought this is really fun and staying at a party a little too long, I lost my place in line in the business. It was a case of trying to claw back towards the end of the 90s and not getting a lot of great responses. Now, Bateman achieved success again when he was cast in the critically acclaimed comedy series Arrested Development, which ran for 3 seasons on Fox. I never saw it.
Great show.
I've heard.
Great show.
Does he do his standard dry humor in that?
He's the straight guy.
Yeah.
But he's got some
God,
sarcastic
he's
humor.
so funny.
Really,
Yeah.
that show's writers are so funny.
When I first saw him come back was Juno in 2007.
Yeah.
And I thought that was kind of an underrated movie. I don't like Jennifer Page, not Jennifer Page.
It is
Ellen Page.
Elliot Page now.
Yeah. No, it's not.
Yeah, it's Elliot Page. Yes.
Did I miss something?
She changed her name?
He did.
Wait a minute.
I'm
Elliot-
actually not shocked.
No. Wait a minute. So Jennifer Page that was in Inception,
No,
right?
Ellen Page.
What crap?
Yeah.
Ellen Page
Sorry.
that was in.
Jennifer Page did a song called Crush.
Okay, let's forget Jennifer Page. Ellen Page that was the female in Inception.
Yes.
She transitioned.
Yes, she is Elliot Page. I don't know if she transitioned, but she is Elliot Page.
I had to do
now.
a questionnaire the other day, and it said male, female, or are you not comfortable answering this? I've never been in my life uncomfortable answering that I was born with a dick, okay? Can I say that?
No, Lance, you cannot say that.
Anyway, I'm going to continue on this.
Yes.
So Jason can be heard giving snippets of what it's like to live life without drugs and alcohol. He said that his journey to sobriety got him back to where he is right now, winning Emmys. So good for him. So he's completely sober now. I think this is what happens. There's so much pressure when you're a child actor, and we see them all fall apart. I mean, what is the percentage of success?
Oh, very low.
And these guys being able to pull out.
He said he was in an interview with Stern years ago. I don't know if he was promoting Ozark or what, but he said that what he thought was going to ruin his career, because his dad was pretty much his manager in the beginning, and his dad made a little bit of money off of this because he was a producer. You got to do Teen Wolf 2. And he said, I was so scared after Teen Wolf 2 that I'm done. This is over for me.
Like, one of the rare success stories is a guy like Ron Howard. Child actor, teenage actor, and phenomenal producer.
But transitioned and
director,
kind of knew his place and would rather get behind the camera.
That's right. He decided, you know what, I can do this.
Done a great job.
Because I was we were taping The Zone Sunday at 3340, and Wheel of Fortune was on. So the monitor in the studio has on whatever's live, and it was a celebrity Wheel of Fortune. It was Haley Joel Osment. I had not thought of that guy.
Yeah, a little big, didn't he?
Well, he's lost back down, though.
Good,
He did get big, but he's lost back down.
He was really good, though, in Silicon Valley.
Yes.
Oh, see, I didn't see that.
But if you don't know it's Haley Joel Osment, you were like, it looks nothing like.
But that guy, he was that first movie he did, Sixth Sense, right?
Yeah.
And was top of the world as far as a kid actor goes.
So will Elliot Page get cast now?
I turned you for the rest of the
Ellen Page was a pretty good actress. She got a little annoying.
Yeah, I didn't really care for her.
I wasn't a big fan of her voice. She's got a real distinctive voice.
Have you ever seen a movie called Hard Candy?
Hard Candy was rough.
Oh, it was really rough.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, really rough. Okay, so drivers in Bourbon County, Kentucky, were for a strange sight on the first day of a new year. Limo with a stripper pole mounted on the trunk was spotted beached on a slope in a small creek, completely abandoned. Now, hours after the limo left the road, the incident was reported to the county sheriff's office. Police impounded the strange vehicle, and its owner opened a GoFundMe page to regain possession of the limo. On the page, owner Troy Jones states, quote, "Want to apologize for my car being placed somewhere it shouldn't have been. This is an apology that completely omits any information that could even hint at how the limo ended up in this predicament. So far, you'll be shocked, only 100 of the contributed towards the $5,500 goal has been met."
It's probably not as good as we would want it to be on Trash, but I certainly would like to know the story that is behind a stretch limousine with a stripper pole mounted to the trunk ending up in a creek. There's bound to be a really good story.
That's a really good limo, too. That's like, what, a 1982?
At least.
It's a Lincoln, too.
Lincoln Continental.
You know, I hope the driver wasn't wearing nice shoes because there's no way to get out of that.
Nope, not at all.
He be wearing Toms.
So we got a UK man was charged with 11 offenses of playing songs within his home too loud. Neighbors complained that Saeed Mohammed played smooth radio so loud at his flat in Kings Norton, UK, that inspectors were able to use Shazam, the mobile phone app, to confirm what songs were coming through the walls. Now, Mohammed claims he wasn't home during the time he's accused of playing the music. 58-year-old Amazon driver received several notices that he was playing Rihanna's Take a Bow, Whitney Houston, Louis Capaldi's Hold Me While You Wait, and an Ellie Goulding song. He was fined $6,700.
Louis Capaldi always sounds like he's straining to hit the notes. I know you like him.
No, I don't like him. I thought that song was a good song the first couple of times I heard it.
Am I wrong? Doesn't it always feel like he's straining?
This is the first time I've heard this person's name.
Oh, right.
This is not a joke. I knew about Elliot Page.
I think he's an Irish dude, but he's really, really funny. Like when you see him in interviews.
Yeah, I've heard he is actually very charming. Yeah, very funny. He's good on social media too, right?
He's not going to be on the cover of Tiger Beat. I will tell you that.
Big Bopper.
Him and Ed Sheeran.
We've got a woman in Michigan checked her spam email folder, which I never do. Do you ever check the spam?
I do not.
She found out that she had won a $3 million lottery.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. If it's in your spam folder and you see that as the subject line, are you going to even open it?
Yeah, I know that looks like it, because we back
99% of people would just, I'm not opening
back
that.
Back when we worked for Cumulus, we used to always have to do these things about not getting caught up in that crap, and that would have been rule number one right there, right?
And they said if you can't get the email to the training program, check your spam folder. You're fishing.
Gotcha.
Laura Spears, 55, said, quote, "I saw an ad on Facebook that the Mega Millions jackpot was getting pretty high, so I got on my account, bought a ticket." She's 55 from Oakland County. A few days later, I was looking for a missing email from someone, so I checked the spam folder in my email account. That's when I saw an email from the lottery saying I had won a prize. Couldn't believe what I was reading, so I logged into the lottery account to confirm the message in the email. It is all still shocking to me that I really won $3 million. Spears, in fact, won $1 million on her original ticket, but paid another $1 to add a mega plier, a gambit of the Michigan lottery, where you can multiply the prize up to 5 times. Spears said that she will retire earlier than planned, and she will share her winnings with family members. She'll be broke in 3 years.
Yeah, because of that $3 million, she probably keeps $1.5 million, would you guess?
Yeah.
1.7. Yeah. And she has already spent a lot of it just talking.
Well, she's retired. So
A, retired. B, what did she say? She could buy houses for people or something like that?
She's going to take care of her family members.
Take care of her family members, yeah. 1.7 ain't getting you there.
Weird story here. Michigan superintendent said a rumor that a school district has litter boxes on school grounds for students who identify as furries to use the bathroom is not true. It is in.
Oh, that's
incorrect.
incorrect.
There's an updated story. There was a story.
Yeah,
I don't know who the state was. Is this Michigan or Kentucky? One of the two. And the thing was, there's people that are the furries wear the big suits and everything.
Yeah, I saw this.
They wanted to go to school like that. Like, this is how I identify. And so there was a rumor that, hey, we have cat boxes, litter boxes in the hallways for these furries.
Yeah, well, I mean, we are seriously. And this is going to happen.
We're coming off the rails, man.
No, we are, but this is going to happen. We're going to get to the point where just whatever you want to do, you can do. Because how can I tell you that you're not a furry? I mean, that's where we're going. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like at some point, there's a school system that's going to have to say, yeah, we can't really stop them. If they want to, if they want to dress
that's what I was watching one of these political guys.
But they can't. But still, if they still enforce the damn rule that you got to keep your shirt tucked in, there's some high school don't you dare grow facial hair.
You could dress as Jack Sparrow because you identify as a prehistoric pirate.
We don't get political here, and I forgot who the guy's name was, but really smart guy. But he was battling back and forth with people that were identifying whatever. He said, "Look, I can identify as a tomato plant.
Yeah,
I'm not a tomato plant.
Yeah." Seems like a weird thing to identify.
Science is going to debunk that. You can say what you want to say.
Right.
But you're right.
But you're a furry. No, but what's crazy is it has gotten almost impossible to differentiate the headlines from the Babylon Bee or the Onion actual headlines.
Yeah. I mean, I'll finish this story, and then we've got one more. But the issue was first brought to light December 20th school board meeting for the Midland Public Schools around 100 miles northwest of Detroit. At the meeting, parent Lisa Hansen said that she was, quote, a little bit upset and furious about learning from someone that litter boxes have been added to the bathrooms. Quote, I heard that at least one of our schools in our town, in one of the unisex bathrooms, a litter box for the kids that identify as cats is there, and I'm really disturbed by that.
Mean, I would say how dumb can you be to fall for that? But
she goes, I'm all for creativity and imagination, but when someone lives in a fantasy world and expects other people to go along with it, I have a problem with that. Now, Michael Sharrow, the Midland Public School Superintendent, later took to Facebook on the same day to address the rumor, insisting litter boxes have never been inside any of the school districts.
Oh, that's good. That's good to know, right?
Honey, what'd you do today? I had to debunk a myth. Oh, what? You're going to have a ninth period? No.
Kennedy assassination?
No, it's
no.
And you know what would happen? Somebody would just shit in a box to see what it's like.
And who cleans it with that big rake?
That's the football coach.
That's one of the things.
The junior high football coach has to come in and rake it.
There are the people say cats are really good for like blood pressure and for your health and stuff. I don't know about having a box in my house.
You got to clean it, and you got to put it in the place you go the least.
Will you ever have another cat?
No, we're done. We're gonna have a child. I think we're done.
Yeah. You got your hands full.
That one doesn't crap in a litter box, I'm going to tell you.
Okay, here are crazy things actors did for a role. Did you ever see Winter's Bone with Jennifer Lawrence?
Yes, I have seen that. She's really good in that.
Now, she actually learned how to skin and gut a dead squirrel for Winter's Bone so she could do it actually on screen.
You had to learn that?
When I was doing this yesterday, I was thinking, is there ever an actor that's overcome their most famous role? Like, she was that Katniss girl in 8 Hunger Games movies, and do you immediately think of Hunger Games when you think of
Actually, I do not. I immediately think of American Hustle.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, that she overcame. So, Daniel Radcliffe, what do you think of?
Harry Potter.
Yeah, he will never get over that.
That's a good point. Yeah.
James Gandolfini, The Sopranos.
Yeah. Elijah Wood.
Brian Cranston. Elijah Wood, is he the Hobbit?
The Hobbit.
Yeah, Frodo. Yeah. So I'm saying for her
Brian
to overcome
Cranston.
Walter White.
Walter White.
But for her to overcome that and still be one of the greatest actresses right now is crazy.
Like Brian Cranston did that Ford commercial where he's driving just a truck through the desert, and I'm like, well, he's going to make meth, obviously.
Yeah, get your going to pay money.
Yeah.
Okay, Brad Pitt, Fight Club. For Fight Club, he voluntarily had a dentist chip pieces from his front teeth to look like, he was actually in a Fight Club. Charlize Theron, we talked about Monster, to portray serial killer
Eileen
Warnes. She shaved her eyebrows, wore prosthetic teeth, and made sure her hair was thin, repeatedly fried her ends. This next one's crazy. Halle Berry, the love of her craft, for Jungle Fever.
Halle Berry?
Yeah, Halle Berry for Jungle Fever. And that was one of the first roles for Samuel Jackson.
91?
She played a crackhead. She admitted to not showering for 8 weeks.
Woo. Woo.
But that was a ripe smell.
That was sour.
I don't know how you live with yourself.
Paycheck.
Michelle Williams, and I bet that wasn't a big paycheck, for my week with Maryland, in order to capture Monroe's walk, she walked around everywhere with a belt tied around her knees.
Huh.
It's a tough walk. It's a waddle.
Finally, Rosamund Pike in Gone Girl, she played crazy really well, by the way. One of the more memorable scenes in the movie, Pike's character seduces X and slits his throat with a box cutter. Have you ever seen it?
You know, I've not seen that.
It's
very bloody.
It's an intense scene.
Doogie Howser goes down hard.
Yeah.
But she said in order to prepare, she used the box cutter on pig carcasses at a local butcher shop to understand what it would be like to cut meat. Don't cross her up. She did look crazy in that, too.
Dedication to the craft right there, though, isn't it? That is Trash, presented by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, our friends at Mortgage Right, they are there for you in the new year. Make sure that you go online to mortgageright.com, put in TNR. They're going to hook you up there. That there's no better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order. And our friends at Mortgage Right, they can help. With a cash-out refinance, you can pay off your debt or make important purchases by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on this chance to make your home work for you. Again, visit mortgageright.com/TNR.
5 best hires from the SEC football season. Matt Hayes, Saturday Down South, gives us those. Not necessarily just head coaches. 5 best hires from the SEC football season last year. Looking back in retrospect, we'll do that next on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Hey, beginning this month, our friends at Wayne's Pest Control, they're introducing their new Smart Pest solution. Smart Pest combines the effectiveness of traditional pest control services with 24/7 rodent monitoring. Smart Pest monitors and proactively communicates to prevent an infestation. Smart Pest is the most intelligent, eco-friendly pest control solution available today. Call 866-WAYNES1 and mention offer code TNR to receive $60 off your initial Smart Pest service. That's 866-WAYNES1.
Okay, guys, here comes Valentine's Day, and you've got to check out Blakely's Bouquets in Homewood. Call Blakely's Bouquets today for your Valentine's order. You'll get $10 off a dozen roses. 205-579-4900. 579-4900. And remember, you don't just send flowers for Valentine's Day or when you're sorry. As Beth Dutton said on Yellowstone, you give them for no reason, buddy. No reason at all. Custom bouquets at Blakely'sBouquets.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Farm Folio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Rockstar. Why can't I hear myself? Can't hear myself, Rockstar.
I can hear you fine.
Something happened to my headphones in the break. It's actually Dunaway's headphone setup I don't like. There we go. That's better. Hey, Rockstar, you a big Bob Dylan guy?
Yeah, I like Bob Dylan.
Coming to Birmingham April 5th. Would it be worth seeing Bob Dylan, or is he kind of too late in his career?
I think it's to the point now where he's a fantastic songwriter and everything. It's to the point where I haven't seen Bob Dylan before, and I want to see him before he dies.
Yeah, he's coming around this area a lot. Montgomery, March 21st. He will be in Birmingham at the BJCC Concert Hall April 5th. The next night, or 2 nights later, the Sanger Theater down in Mobile. Memphis, Chattanooga, a lot of southern stops. If you've ever wanted to see Bob Dylan, he's going to be all over the South coming up in the spring.
I am guessing Bob Dylan 81. I remember him performing in Tuscaloosa for homecoming when I was in school there, and I thought he was old then. I can't believe he's still touring.
That is crazy. Is Bob out of money, you think?
He's 80 years old. He sold his catalog, remember? I just think he's one that's just in his blood to just tour.
Yeah. Who did he sell it to?
I can't remember who it was. That's the big thing now is people are selling.
Michael Jackson.
No, Michael's passed, I think.
Yeah, not recently, it wasn't. LT, gutter cap. Keeping you off that roof so you don't snap that neck and die.
Yeah, look, it is one of the dirty, dangerous jobs that you never want to do. It's cleaning the gutters out. That's why you need to call our friend Chris Stewart today, 823-2212. It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep the debris out, eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. Almost a 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off the dangerous ladder forever. And right now, for the Next Round listeners and viewers, 45% off the retail price. Call C-Stu today, 823-2212, or go online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it, it's Guttercap.
Dylan sold his publishing rights to Universal Publishing Group in December of 2020 for an estimated $300 million.
Oh, so he ain't broke.
Yeah, I think he's okay.
I think he'll be all right.
Good for him.
Good. Just keep touring, man. If it's in your blood, it's in your blood. So Matt Hayes, Saturday Down South, did in retrospect, Lance, the 5 biggest hires of the SEC season. Number 5 on his list, Liam Cohen, offensive coordinator, quarterbacks coach at Kentucky.
You know, I thought early on,
I agree.
Again, you can't argue with Kentucky, at least what they did
10
record-wise.
wins.
Yeah. I mean, look, and they wound up, I'm looking right here, just final ranking. Can you tell me what Kentucky's final ranking
Final
was?
ranking AP? Like offense ranking or
No,
like?
no. I'm just talking about overall. Kentucky
I
ended
would
up
say
number
14th.
18th. Well, they were 15th coaches, 18th AP.
Yeah.
So, yeah, round about there.
Okay.
But 10 wins. But, just watching the offense, Wan'Dale Robinson was a nice addition. Levis might have been a little bit better of a quarterback. I just didn't think the offense was that good. I mean, you had a really capable back in Rodriguez. I mean, Levis completed 66% of his passes, 24 touchdowns, 13 interceptions. Rodriguez went for 1,300 yards, and Wan'Dale Robinson was a 1,300-yard receiver. Maybe it was better than I remember it.
I felt like it was it was a little bit better. I don't think it was markedly better. It was a little bit better. Number 4, Will Muschamp, special teams coordinator, defensive assistant. As Matt Hayes points out, the Bulldogs' special teams were strong in 2021. Keep in mind, he was replacing Scott Cochran, and they had some hiccups there. And he'll get the defense now in 2022. I mean, especially with Dan Lanning taking the Oregon job, having Will Muschamp on that staff with Kirby Smart had to be a pretty good luxury there.
And look, and the familiarity with each. And say what you want about Will Muschamp, the head coach at Florida and South Carolina. Guy's a really good defense coordinator.
Yeah. 5 best hires in retrospect to the 2021 season for Matt Hayes. Bill O'Brien, Alabama offensive coordinator, quarterbacks coach number 3. As he says, and I think some Alabama fans would disagree with this, best individual coaching job of any coordinator in college football, Bill O'Brien. I don't know that I would 100% agree.
Again, you had such a special talent at quarterback.
Like, I would look at Jim Knowles at Oklahoma State. I know Josh Gaddis won the Broyles Award.
Even Dan Lanning with that defense.
Yeah. Jeff Grimes at Baylor. How much Baylor flipped with Jeff Grimes coming from BYU?
I mean,
I'm not saying O'Brien was
assume,
bad. I don't know that that's a slam dunk.
I don't know if it's a plug and play with that kind of talent, because I think offensively Alabama didn't have as much talent. Brian Robinson wasn't Najee Harris. As good as Mechie. Well, Jamison Williams was. I mean, you heard Conor O'Gara say yesterday, 3rd best season statistically in Alabama history.
That's right.
Behind Amari Cooper and Devontae Smith.
Yeah, that's some incredible receivers that have played at Alabama in the Saban era.
But I still think there's a lot of offensive minds. Like, if Liam Cohen would have gone to Alabama last year, do you think there's much of a difference?
No, not with those weapons, no.
With Bryce Young, I just don't see it.
Number 2 from Matt Hayes, a guy I am trending to be wrong on, is Josh Heupel at Tennessee. All he says, the offensive renovation was remarkable. And that I cannot argue that.
Well, Hendon Hooker helped a lot. I'm just surprised that they started Joe Milton from day one. And
well, he did miss on quarterback. Yeah. There's no doubt.
But once Hendon Hooker was in there, that was a really good offense.
And number 1 from Matt Hayes, Saturday Down South, Shane Beamer, South Carolina. Boy, this guy's getting a lot of love for what he did in year 1.
He should. To go 7-6 without a quarterback, without a ton of talent around him, without a healthy Kevin Harris for the entire year. That was one of the best jobs in college football this year.
You fix quarterback. I don't know how much better they'll be. I don't know if they can go much better than 7 or 8 wins.
But I think right now, we could do this on the fly. Where would you have Spencer Rattler amongst SEC quarterbacks?
Oh, he's behind Bryce Young. Stetson Bennett's tricky. Is Spencer Rattler more talented than Stetson Bennett? Yeah. If I drop Spencer Rattler in with Georgia, would it be about the same? I think it would.
I'm going to say Spencer Rattler's better.
He's better, but
I think Hendon Hooker's better. I think
Will Rogers?
I think Will Rogers is better.
So he's 4th?
I think Spencer Rattler's better than KG Jefferson right now.
Yeah. Max Johnson, he's better than Max Johnson, right?
Yeah. So he's He's top 5 quarterback right now in the SEC.
Yeah, and you don't have that often at South Carolina.
Yeah, and KJ Jefferson could end up being really, really good at Arkansas.
Yeah.
But I think
right
now would go Rattler.
He finished well. Hey, Champy's Chicken has brought you this hour. Don't forget their po' boys, their tenders, their full fried chicken plates. They leave you planning for your next visit before you're even done with the first one. We always suggest, whatever you do, try those Mississippi Delta homemade hot tamales. They are phenomenal. I love those. From Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, Blues, Brews, and Bird. It's Champy's Chicken. All the numbers from the desert with our guy Todd Fuhrman next on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today. 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent. Some things just stand the test of time. Your old truck, an aged bourbon, the memory of your first girlfriend, and a classic pair of Red Wing boots. Fall is upon us, and Red Wing boots are the ones every guy must have. Whether you're on the job site, working in the yard, exploring the trail, or heading out for the evening, Red Wing shoes will have you covered. Certified fit specialists will make sure you get the most comfortable boots with convenient locations in Pelham next to Publix and the new Trussville location between Metro Diner and Taco Mama. Red Wing boots, a classic you can enjoy every day.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride. Whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
It's back, Birmingham! The O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wheels, February 4th through 6th at the BJCC. See wild custom and classic cars, feature cars, and exotics. Meet Eric Estrada, Punch from the hit TV show Chips, and from Street Outlaws, meet Kamikaze. Kids, get a free Hot Wheels car and enjoy Hot Wheels racing. Plus, meet your favorite costume characters. Don't miss the Super Show where you see one-of-a-kind vehicles from all over the country. Get discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. More details at worldofwheels.net.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we start our final hour. Todd Fuhrman about to join us from out in the desert with Outkick, BetTheBoardPodcast.com. With the NFL season going to Championship Sunday after an incredible weekend. Fuhrman with us now on the Johnston RV Center.com hotline. What's up, Todd? How are you?
I'm doing very well this fine Wednesday, gentlemen, and hopefully LT isn't as nervous about this week's game like he was last week's, but I think there's a lot more reason for trepidation in the rematch between the Rams and 49ers than against the Bucs.
Yeah, before we get to that, I did reach out to Fuhrman, I think it was last Friday, and just asked him, what's going on with the money, how he feels, if there's any inside information, anything he knows. And I will tell you this, Fuhrman, I was a complete wreck in that second half. I cannot believe the Rams put themselves in that situation 2 of 3 weeks, going back to blowing a 17-point lead against San Francisco, a team that we'll talk about in a minute. But I was going to tell you this. I thought it was interesting because when I get to this point in the postseason, I like to play some player props just to keep it interesting. And 2 player props I had the Cam Akers over 48.5 yards. It hit on 48. And I had the Leonard Fournette over 51.5 yards. It hit on 51. I've never seen anything like that.
You know, it's pretty wild because for years in the industry, we all used to talk about how inefficient some of the player prop markets were. And there's still opportunities to be had throughout the course of the season. But as you have more and more of these DFS operators and a lot of the guys that have models built for individual players, those markets have gotten significantly sharper. And like we always say, it's so important to get the best of the number. It's never resonated a little bit more than as it pertained to player props. And I was in a similar spot to you, LT. I bet Joe Burrow over pass attempts at 36.5. If Ryan Tannehill and company marches down the field and kicks the game-winning field goal, Joe Burrow falls right at 36. So oftentimes in these markets, there ain't a whole lot of breathing room, so it's important to get the best of the number.
Which, it was an incredible weekend, and I don't know what a weekend like that is like in Vegas, Fuhrman. I've never lived it, but to see all those games go down to the wire, and I would guess just about every one of them, even up until the final horn, either side was alive, right? Because overtime was an option in most of those games.
Yeah, wall-to-wall action from a point spread perspective in a lot of those games on the totals. Of course, if you were an over-better on Saturday, you didn't really get much of a sweat out of the Bengals-Titans game, and you definitely didn't in the Rams and the 49ers and Packers, but you definitely had implications that if Robbie Gould misses the field goal at the end of regulation, even if you're laying 6 with Green Bay, a touchdown in overtime gets you a push. And I think it's so fascinating when we talk all the time about primetime football, and Al Michaels used to say it, that either side or total used to come down to the final 2 minutes because it was the way that you felt you could ensure viewership stayed with you through the course of the game. This provided not only gambling value, but entertainment value, and I'm not sure we'll ever see a football weekend like this. I can tell you from the books' perspective, they love the 2 results on Saturday because, as LT, you know all too well, people always think it's favorites or parlays are the easiest way to make money. The amount of texts I receive from people, I'm going to parlay the Titans to the Green Bay Packers. It's a can't-lose parlay. As we know, that thing was up in smoke before the second game even kicked off.
What was the most surprising part about the weekend for you?
For me, it was actually what we saw in Buffalo and Kansas City and the ineptitude in terms of both those teams' inability to get stops at key junctures of the game. I think a lot of people go, it's Aaron Rodgers and the fact that Green Bay couldn't get over the hump. But Green Bay was a team that professional bettors had bet against early and often. Now, at the same time, if you tell me the 49ers score 10 points and they win the game, or 13 points and they win the game outright, I'd have told you were on drugs going into things. But it was more the final 2 minutes between Buffalo and Kansas City and the fact that Patrick Mahomes is able to get his team into game-tying field goal range in the same window that it took the Dallas Cowboys to watch the clock expire on their season with a Dak Prescott quarterback sneak.
So, Fuhrman, let's start first. AFC Championship. KC is 7. The total is 54.5. This Cincinnati team, I mean, they've built this thing quickly. And they've got a borderline elite quarterback in Joe Burrow, who you just mentioned. They have covered 6 consecutive games. This is a big number. This is about where I figured it would come out. I would assume the money's probably going to be a little bit split on this, though.
I think this is the perfect number for the game, and so much so that when you saw some books open as low as 6.5, it immediately took money on the Kansas City Chiefs. And I've talked to a number of bettors that said if this price happens to get out to 7.5, the way it's trending at a few of the bigger shops out here, you'll see buyback there. And you can understand why, given what Joe Burrow has meant to this Bengals offense. For a quarterback to be sacked 9 times and basically show no ill effects of it, he was extremely accomplished when the game was hanging in the balance against the Tennessee Titans. It's just a credit to Joe Burrow and the kind of transcendent talent he is under center, knowing that, in my opinion, he's got a relatively inept head coach in Zach Taylor, but that's a different discussion for a different day. I think when you look at the pedigree here, Kansas City, you would think if this was normal circumstances, human nature would be to let down a little bit, but I actually believe the worst thing for the Bengals in this spot is they're going to have Kansas City's undivided attention, not necessarily just because it's the AFC Championship, because it's a game the Kansas City Chiefs had an 18-point lead that we saw unfold a few weeks ago. And you look at the way that game played out, L'Jarius Sneed called for 3 key defensive penalties in the waning moments of that contest. I think Kansas City will play with a chip on their shoulder. Let's see about the total, though. This did open at 50.5. It climbed as high as 55, and some shops are there. I think you're going to see a little bit of under money come in because people quickly forget that Kansas City and Buffalo, for the track meet, it appeared to be on the scoreboard when that game went final. It could have ended 26-21 if Gabriel Davis doesn't break the ankles of a Chiefs defensive back on the big touchdown pass from Josh Allen on 4th and 13.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about the total. Todd Fuhrman is with us, bettheboardpodcast.com and Outkick. He is on the Johnston RV Center.com hotline because the last 8 decisions for Kansas City, they have scored 48, 34, 36, 31, 28, 42, 42. They are putting points on the board. They are killing the overs right now.
Yeah, they have. And the Chiefs' offense right now resembles the group that we've grown accustomed to. And I think what has to be even scarier for the Bengals and a potential future opponent in the Super Bowl is that it's not just Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce. It's Clyde Edwards-Helaire contributing as a secondary running back option. Jerick McKinnon looks like he's been shot out of a cannon, and you can understand why Kyle Shanahan made him a key part of bringing him to San Francisco. He just couldn't stay healthy there. Then you look at the contributions from Mecole Hardman, who finds a way to dance along the sidelines on that reverse. You've seen Demarcus Robinson, and the list goes on and on for some of these burners that are getting involved for the Chiefs. Meanwhile, when you dig into Kansas City's numbers and you look at some of the elite quarterbacks they face, all 3 of these opponents were in their own building. Patrick Mahomes, albeit in a loss, hung 31 points on this group. Justin Herbert and the Los Angeles Chargers hung 41, aided by a defensive score in that mix. And Aaron Rodgers earlier in the year got to 25. So if you're talking about a floor for this Chiefs offense, do you figure it's 28 points? Is it 31, or maybe is it 35? Will the Bengals be able to keep up in this spot? I think the total, though, gets a little bit scary because if you're talking about slow, methodical drives, all it takes is a 7-minute march that ends in a field goal, and you're playing right from behind the 8 ball.
Hey, one more thing on this game. I think it's really interesting that you've got a team that won the AFC North that's now playing for the AFC Championship game, and in their 19 games, they've only been favored 8 times. And 3 of those games that they were favored in were against the Jets, the Jags, and Detroit. You typically don't see a team with this type of success that's been a dog that many times.
No, it's definitely unusual. And when you dig into some of these numbers here, Joe Burrow this season, 5-0 straight up as a dog of 3+ points this season. They haven't been an underdog of this margin all year. And if we go back to 1970, the key date as far as the AFL-NFL merger, there have been 7 touchdown underdogs to win their conference championship game. The most recent time that we've seen that was the Baltimore Ravens in 2012. So a little bit of uncharted territory if you're looking for the Cinderella story to continue. But hey, anybody that's written off the Bengals for dead in the past clearly hasn't watched Joe Burrow and what he means to not only this team this season, but what he may mean to the entire dynamic of the AFC North going forward.
Todd Fuhrman is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I told Lance earlier if he could emotionally remove himself from this Rams 49ers game, you would look at a game where a team has won 6 straight over the other team, and they're both quality, and you say there's no way a team can make it 7.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the case because, once it happens, it's flipping a coin. Twice, maybe it's a coincidence. When it's 6 times like it's been, clearly Kyle Shanahan has figured some things out to slow down this Rams offense that obviously looks different because Matthew Stafford is only the quarterback in 2 of those games. But more importantly, to attack the Rams defense in space. And I think when you dig into this Rams roster right now, especially on the defensive side, you're going to want to keep tabs on who may or may not be available in that defensive backfield. We know Jordan Fuller is on IR. He won't be out there. Taylor Rapp appears to be trending in the right direction, but no Ernest Jones. And suddenly a team like the 49ers that gets talked about for being gritty and being talented defensively gets undersold for some of their offensive weapons. George Kittle's had big days in the past against the Rams when they were at full strength. And while I don't want to discount anything the Rams have accomplished through 2 playoff wins, the Arizona Cardinals look like a deer in headlights. And the Tampa Bay Bucks, while it did have that Bucks logo on their helmet, look like a fraction of themselves as far as some of their offensive weaponry. So the big injury to keep tabs on for the 49ers will, of course, be Trent Williams on the offensive line. But I think we're in for a good old-fashioned dogfight here between these 2 teams, especially knowing that the Rams had a chance to deal that death blow in the regular season finale, Week 18, and they let the Phoenix rise from the ashes, and here we are with the right to play in this same building 2 weeks from Sunday.
Yeah, look, I agree with you, and I told Brown earlier that I was looking at matchups, and definitely Stafford, you've got the advantage over Garoppolo there. The defenses are really, really close. But when you look at the head coaches, as good as McVay is, Kyle Shanahan's got his number, and Shanahan's been to a Super Bowl as well with Jimmy Garoppolo. So I think that's almost a push. I really don't know at this particular moment. I don't know how you don't take the points.
Well, and I'm of the same mindset as you here. I mean, this number has been interesting to watch because we did see some books get as low as 3, but 3.5 more or less the consensus. I do think you're going to see some 3s pop up as more and more sharp money enters the market. But I read an article, and I feel bad that I don't remember the author, talking about how the Rams have built their team to go up against teams like the Kansas City Chiefs in the past. They can get pass rush, you can disrupt things in the middle, and you have an elite cover corner in Jalen Ramsey. Well, sometimes that blueprint to beat teams like Kansas City doesn't apply to other opponents, and I think that's been the real problem with the 49ers, who use a ton of pre-snap motion. They provide a lot of exotic looks, and it's a run game that's not built running between the tackles. It's getting to the edge. And we talk about the Rams and the roster construction. One of the areas that Les Snead hasn't spent a ton of time on is the linebacking core. And I think against a team like the 49ers, who get their offensive linemen downfield and get to the second level, has created some problems. Now, the big question for the Rams is, how do you replicate what you did in the first half that allowed you to build a 17-0 lead and kind of vanquish that 30 minutes in the second half where the 49ers look like a freight train running downhill?
I do think whoever wins this NFC Championship is going to be a handful. Let's just say it's for Kansas City. I saw our friend Clay Travis tweet out, hey, the Super Bowl's already been played. It was Bills-Chiefs. I'm just...
Of course. Leave Clay to jump to conclusions without using more data points. We've never seen that before, right, gentlemen?
Yeah, but I was just going to ask you, because I saw, one of the shows this morning was doing, would you take KC or would you take the field? You got to take the field, right?
Yeah, I would take the field here. And while I think the 49ers will end up being the side on Sunday, I do think the Rams pose a much more difficult matchup for Kansas City because of the way their roster's been constructed. I'm not sure the 49ers, with some of their shortcomings in the defensive backfield, have enough difference makers that could slow down Kansas City if we get a rematch of a Super Bowl a couple of years ago in Miami. Whereas I think the Rams and everything they learned from the Super Bowl that got sideways against New England would be something that they could use as a chip on their shoulder. And I'd bet the Rams against Kansas City if the number was right, and I'd probably look to lay the points with Kansas City against San Francisco if that was the case.
Hey, let's just say the favorite to win here. I would assume KC's probably a 1 or 2 point favorite playing in SoFi against the Rams.
Yeah, I make the game a pick 'em myself, but I do think based on public perception, you are going to see Kansas City open as a modest favorite because I don't think odds makers will build in home field advantage. Let's not kid ourselves. The Rams fans don't show up for NFC regular season or playoff games. I'm not sure Rams fans are going to fill that building and outbid Kansas City fans at SoFi. But I think a pick 'em is a very fair number here, but wouldn't shock me if we saw the Chiefs, if the seeds hold, open as a modest, like you said, 1.5 to 2 point favorite.
I will ask Todd Fuhrman, one of our Cowan Equipment poll questions. Will Alabama make the NCAA tournament? Yes or no? How would you vote?
I think they will, but it's definitely scary when you look at this team. You keep waiting for them to get things right, and the reality of it is when you're letting a team like Georgia hang around yesterday, it's a little bit disconcerting. As far as their overall metrics for the season, I mean, it still projects lose outright to a team like Georgia. But when you're talking about season body of work, the metrics are still there. And let's see, if they can get a big win at home on Saturday against Baylor in the SEC Big 12 showdown, suddenly the resume looks a lot better. But clearly this team is missing something, and hopefully for Alabama fans, they're able to find it, because I know as far as in-state bragging rights are concerned, Alabama looks nothing like Auburn, who apparently is a legitimate threat to get to the Final Four.
He is Todd Fuhrman, BetTheBoardPodcast.com, Outkick. Enjoy the games this weekend, Fuhrman Championship Sunday. We'll see you next week.
Always a pleasure. And one last thing, Brownie. I mean, for the roundtable, do you guys have a live feed of watching LT from about 25 minutes before the game throughout the course of the game? I feel like this would be a perfect opportunity to get one of those fitness trackers like they put on NASCAR drivers. So you get the whoop on LT to monitor his heart rate over the better part of 3.5 hours.
I watched a portion of the previous matchup between San Francisco and LA with Lance, and it's a ride, man. It's an interesting experience.
And Todd, honestly, I watch these games by myself. I don't want to subject anybody to it. I like concentrating. I'll tell you, I was much more vocal in that San Francisco game week 18 than I was this past weekend, because you get up 27-3 and it was almost disbelief some of the mistakes the Rams were making, allowing Tampa to come back in that game. So, I had a couple of outbursts, but I was more in shock. It was exhausting.
I can understand that the same way that a lot of folks who've been rooting against Tom Brady for years went, here we go again. This can't possibly be happening for us to live through that particular nightmare. But as far as watching games by yourself, I actually put out a poll on social media a few weeks ago about that and was surprised by how many people did say they preferred to watch big games by themselves. One of my buddies who's a bar owner in Chicago said, you're killing my business if you're encouraging people to watch games with their domestic beer sitting at home instead of coming out to socializing establishments.
I'll tell you, he's in Chicago. Tell him there are no big games in Chicago anymore.
Well, that's kind of what I said,
Yeah.
but I don't like to kick a man while they're down, especially as they're trying to figure out the head coaching situation and everything that's gone on with the Bulls. They're desperate for a winner. I told them it's going to take a few years to get there.
Thank you, Fuhrman. Enjoy the weekend.
You got it, gentlemen. Enjoy the games.
All right, Todd Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I just get really quiet. I'm the opposite of you. Well, I don't know.
I got really quiet this past weekend.
Yeah. I just, when my team starts playing bad, I don't want to talk to anybody. I don't want to say anything. I just want to sit there and stew. And my gosh, I'm a Dolphins fan, so this happens a lot. I just want to stew in my own misery.
Yeah, but it's one thing in the regular season when you get this close. And again, we talk about years are starting to churn by. We've been doing this show together for 12 years.
Yep.
And it's gone rapidly. And he just talked about Chicago. They rebuild. They're years away. So if you're a Bears fan, you're years away. This thing with the Rams isn't going to last forever with Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford.
It is not. In fact, you've mortgaged your future on it.
Yeah, so really,
it better work now.
You probably have a 2-year window.
Yeah.
So it's this year and next. So you get that close. You're up 27-3. You feel like this team's playing with so much confidence, and then you have a complete implosion. That's where it gets really frustrating.
Some potential news out of the Big Ten that I think football fans will find interesting. And I don't know if this is a trend to come. I don't know if SEC fans would be for this. But we'll tell you what it is next. It's one AD in the Big Ten is saying this might be something that happens in the Big Ten. Do you think the SEC would like it? We'll find out next. This is the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
If you're looking for a great place for food and fun for the entire family and friends, Beef O'Brady's has been doing that for more than a decade here in Birmingham. Ryan Brown here for the next round. 3 great locations, Hoover, Helena, and now Highway 280 in the Brook Highlands neighborhood. In fact, I was in there recently and had wings that George McClooney does himself that aren't even on the menu. Blackened, tossed in sweet jalapeno sauce and finished on the grill, spectacular. And now you can enjoy the food and fun at 3 great Beef O'Brady's locations in Hoover, Helena, and now on Highway 280. Beef O'Brady's, the perfect place for serving up food and fun. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round. Anheuser-Busch.
St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. This hour of The Next Round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the Cardinal rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention The Next Round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with The Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
We continue on the next round. Did I just break that away from Mike?
Man, you're struggling as a pilot today, man.
He'll let you know. He'll let you know tomorrow.
I'll hear all about that. Huh?
Yeah.
Brown broke my mic.
And I can't hear.
I couldn't hear earlier. I could not hear earlier because I didn't have the thing plugged in properly. I'm not used to Dunaway's setup over here, so that's on me. Hey, before we get to that big news about the Big Ten and potential new scheduling in football, Rockstar is going to tell us about his guy.
My guy is Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Did you know that Adam is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so you know that he knows the area? You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? If you're thinking of selling your house in the spring, you need to act now because January is one of the busiest months when it comes to listing homes. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make the house calls.
So Gary Barta he's not only the athletics director at Iowa, but he's the outgoing head of the College Football Playoff Committee. So this is a guy that you'd have to think kind of has his finger on the pulse of what the playoff is and all that. So you wonder when he talks about this, is he looking at this from what the playoff might become? So Gary Barta tells Chris Vanini of The Athletic that Big Ten discussions right now among administrators are focusing on dropping to 8 games. Remember, they've always beat their chest. They played more. 8 games and eliminating divisions. And this could start as early as 2023, not this coming season, but the next season.
Just to let people know, because in the SEC you play an 8-game in conference. The Big Ten plays 9 currently.
They play 9, and the SEC you would think is maybe trending towards more than less. But the Big Ten, who's always kind of beat their chest, we play 9, you only play 8. And they're eliminating divisions. And they're looking, and this is a lot of stuff all at once, they're looking at creating some sort of schedule agreement with the Pac-12 and the ACC.
I don't like the elimination of divisions. I don't know where you are on that.
I think by and large, the SEC championship game would have been about the same level. And for instance, when have we had an SEC championship game where you've had one extremely good team and like a 7-5 team? I mean, those are pretty rare.
Alabama play some bad Missouri teams, a bad Florida team.
But record-wise, those teams weren't that bad. Let me pull those.
I think there were 3 lost teams. I mean, 3 losses is not a a terrible season, but it's not a season where you necessarily should be playing for a championship.
Yeah. See, I'm not going to have their records here. I was going to try to pull it up real quick where I had their records. Because I do remember those games you're talking about. Alabama, Florida, like when Treon Harris was the Florida
where
quarterback,
Alabama
right?
was 21 to 24 point favorites in those games.
Yeah, here you go. I'll just give you rankings. That'll be a good gauge, right? Well, for instance, and this would be hard to do. How many times it has never happened that you've had a ranked team versus an unranked team in the SEC championship. Okay, so let's start there. It's never happened. You've never had ranked versus unranked in the SEC championship.
I didn't think Missouri was ranked that year.
What year?
The year that Alabama destroyed them.
42-13.
Yeah.
They were 14th.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
You remember the year before they were 5th playing Auburn. They were 14th, Missouri was. They went back-to-back years. The lowest ranked team you've ever had in an SEC championship game, you had Mississippi State and Arkansas both in at number 23. So you came really close to having an unranked. So you've never had ranked versus unranked. The games you're talking about, 2014, number 1 Alabama played number 14 Missouri. 2015, number 2 Alabama played number 18 Florida. 2016, number 1 Alabama played number 15 Florida. Those games were 42-13, 29-15, 54-16. They were among the most boring games I've ever watched, honestly. Alabama just dismantled those two Florida teams. That one Florida team finished 9-4 under Jim McElwain, and one Florida team finished 10-4 under Jim McElwain. So that's about as bad as it's been recently. Since then, number 4 Auburn, number 6 Georgia, number 1 Alabama, number 4 Georgia, number 1 LSU, number 4 Georgia, number 1 Alabama, number 11 Florida, and number 4 Alabama, number 1 Georgia. I mean, so by and large, I think that's the type of matchup you would get if you had divisions or not. Right? Maybe not those exact teams, but a team that's on that level.
And again, I think it's more of an SEC thing. I mean, the Big Ten, the divisions there's such a discrepancy between the East and the West.
Yeah.
The Pac-12 has meant nothing. The Big 12, I don't know, I think it lost a little bit when it went from non-divisions or went from divisions to non-divisions.
Yeah. As I look back on it, Lance, you brought this one up, the 16 SEC championship game where Alabama beat Florida 54-16. Without divisions, you know who Alabama plays? Florida. Because Alabama was 8-0, Florida was 6-2, Auburn was 5-3.
Oh, wow.
So Alabama would have played Florida either way. So even with that poor ranking, if you take away the division.
So 4 out of 5 years, you're going to get the same matchup.
I mean, I really do think you are. I don't think having divisions is really going to change anything much more than scheduling.
And probably 9 out of 10 years, you're going to get the team that should win the championship anyway.
The other one you brought up, 2015, Alabama versus Florida. Alabama was 7-1, Florida was 7-1. You would have gotten that same exact matchup with or without divisions, assuming the records are the same. That 2014 game where Missouri was number 14, Alabama was 7-1, Missouri was 7-1. You would have got the same exact game.
And
that is
the
surprising
Florida
to me,
and the Missouri
honestly.
team, how they got to 7-1 a little bit differently than how you get to 7-1 in the West.
Yeah, because if you just went by ranking, Georgia was number 9 at 6-2. Mississippi State was number 11 at 6-2. They were both ranked in front of Missouri, but record-wise, if you just went by record, it would have been Alabama, Missouri still.
Well, the thing that people fear if you bust up these divisions is some of these set rivalries that we play every year.
Well, that's the thing, and the Big Ten is talking about what they're going to do with
Well, that's
this.
what I was going to ask you. So the Big Ten, you've got to have Michigan, Ohio State. You've got to have Michigan State.
So they would end the divisional play, according to The Athletic. The Big Ten is talking about ending divisional play and playing 3 opponents annually and then cycling through the other 10 teams either every other year or 2 years on, 2 years off. So, and let's use Alabama for an example. You would have Alabama, Auburn, Alabama, Tennessee, Alabama, LSU. Let's assume who those are. And then you either just go Mississippi State, Ole Miss, Texas A&M, or you go, home and home. And then it's more time before you're playing these other teams, or you just play them one-on, one-off, which we've done a little bit of recently.
Yeah, I kind of like the one-on, one-off.
I kind of do too. Like you may go to South Carolina next year,
but
you don't get them back home for 5 years.
Do you think 3 deep is enough to keep the rivalries? Auburn, you would have you go Alabama, Georgia. Would it be LSU?
I don't. I use that one. That's fine with me. That's what it has been of late. But years past, it might have been. Oh, with Auburn?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's fine. Alabama, Georgia, LSU. Or throw Florida back in there. They loved playing Florida. Auburn fans did back in the day.
LSU gets tricky.
Well, LSU, you have to go Alabama. And you just went Auburn.
But they've got something with Ole Miss, too.
Ole Miss, Arkansas, they play for a trophy. Texas A&M.
Yeah, it gets
it
tricky
does.
with
It
LSU.
does. There's some you got to sacrifice. Like Tennessee, you're going to keep Alabama, you're going to keep Georgia, and you
got to keep Florida.
I mean, it's obvious with them. Georgia, it's got to be Auburn. I mean, Tennessee and Florida, right? It's obvious with them. I mean, some of it's going to be obvious. Florida is going to be Georgia. You're going to keep that one.
God, Georgia, South Carolina used to be so good.
Really?
I thought it was. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not anymore, although they pulled that upset 3 years ago. But, there was a time that South Carolina, Georgia, that second or third week of the football season
Was that the
pretty good
game?
rivalry.
Yeah, back when Lou Holtz was there and he had him kicking. Yeah, and that was and I guess
Martin
even
Richt
Spurrier
against
a little
Holtz.
bit. Yeah, that was the famous play by David Pollock, right? Was the South Carolina game? Yeah. So I don't know. We'll see if this happens, and it could be a sign of things to come. The eliminating the divisions. The thing I like about eliminating the divisions is what you just talked about. Is I get to see some of these opponents quicker. I may not get a home and home with them, but I may go to South Carolina this year. They don't come back for 5 years. But it's a game I don't get to see a lot if I'm,
But how
say,
often
Alabama
is the SEC going to follow suit of what the Big Ten does?
Very rarely.
Yeah.
In fact, if the Big Ten did this, it wouldn't shock me if the SEC went 9 games.
Added a game, yeah.
Yeah, added a game. The problem with that is, and we've always discussed this, Jeff wants us to do Vandy. Everybody's lined up to play Vandy.
I mean, Vanderbilt and Tennessee, it's never been a rivalry, but it is a rivalry.
Yeah.
Vanderbilt and Kentucky.
And for some reason, Vandy Ole Miss feels they play every year. I don't know who else you do with Vandy.
I mean, people bag. They get in line.
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
draw
It's
that
a
number.
huge. You don't know that rivalry of Vandy? It goes back to the Southern Conference for us. Yeah. To answer your question, Jeff, I don't know. It's definitely Tennessee. Beyond that, I don't know.
Yeah, but Tennessee doesn't have room for them.
No, that's right. We just established that, right? So that's one we'd have to
But
sacrifice.
Tennessee probably would give up Alabama for Vandy.
You think they would make that? Oh,
You think
well,
Heupel
okay.
would say that?
It's very
I'll
important.
make you this deal.
It's very important to our
I
state
know
legislature.
we love rivalries. That third October has been the third Saturday in October has been great. But we are willing to fall on the sword, and we will take Vanderbilt.
For the state of Tennessee. We want to keep it in state.
That's very admirable of you.
I think Tennessee fans would take it.
They would. Now, I'll say this. Tennessee has had zero success against Alabama since Saban was there. Of late, they haven't had a ton of success against Vandy. I think it's about 500 over the last 5 years or so, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh, I don't know if you're right about that.
I'll pull it up. It's very... They've played them tighter than you would think.
Well, maybe tighter, but if they won the games.
Yes.
I mean, this year Tennessee won by 24.
All right. That's one in Tennessee's column. I'm pulling it up right here. Give me 2 seconds.
I won by 25 the year before. You can just go to 19. I've got the last 2 years, blowout.
Vandy won the 3 before that.
Did they really?
Yep.
They won 3 consecutive games against Tennessee.
Yep.
Wow.
38-13 in 2018, 42-24 in 2017, 45-34.
So they were whipping that ass back in the day.
They were. Vandy and Tennessee over the last 6 years is 3-3.
That's amazing.
No, it is amazing. There's no way. But, Vandy had a little bit of a revival starting in 2012 as Tennessee has been down. Vandy has won 5 and Tennessee has won 5 of the last 10. The last 10 is 5-5. Now, you're right. Tennessee's whipping that tail of late, 28-10, 42-17, 45-21. But Vandy went on a little bit of a run there against Tennessee. They have won 5 of the last 10. I mean, there never should be a time in Vandy, Tennessee where it's 500. You should never, beyond like 2 years, I should never be able to give you a window and you say, hey, you know what, it's 500 in that window.
Yeah, if I would have told you the Tennessee fan coming off the 1998 National Championship that you're going to lose, how many straight years is it in Alabama?
Well, since Saban got there. Since 2007,
So
whatever that is.
years?
Yeah, 14 years.
You're going to go 14 years without beating Bama, and you're going to split your last 6 with Vanderbilt. That's not even believable.
Yeah, split your last 10. I mean, it's 5-5 over the last 10 years. So that's a story to watch in the Big Ten. As Jeff B says in the Farm Folio chat room, Sankey's got the Big Ten shaking in their boots. It does feel like all of a sudden the Big Ten is scrambling to catch up or scrambling to just do whatever.
Yeah, and I don't know why they need to.
I don't either.
Again, the Big Ten played for the national championship 2 years ago. They had a separate first-ever participant in a college football playoff this year. I mean, the Big Ten, it's right behind the SEC.
Yeah. Farm Folio chat room is where you find that. If you're worried about market volatility or inflation, let Farm Folio show you how your investment can turn into cash-flowing farmland properties. See more at farmfolio.net. We'll go back and reset everything from Bruce Pearl and Nate Oates after last night's surprising outcomes. Super surprising for Alabama because they took the L. a surprising close win for Auburn. What's that mean moving forward? That's next on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from the next round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where two slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention the Next Round and get $100 off your next roof replacement.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
We continue on the Next Round. Auburn won a nail-biter at Missouri. We actually, because I think it was a 3 and out question yesterday. You asked
who had the bigger margin of victory.
Bigger margin of victory.
By the way, it was Auburn.
It was. Auburn, what happened at Auburn didn't entirely surprise me, or what happened to Auburn, because if you'll remember my answer there, I'm like, look, Auburn, they finally got to number 1. It's natural just to take a deep breath. You're going to Missouri. It's tough. Can be a tough place to play. It's not an awful team. Alabama's playing the worst team in the conference. They'll get right and they'll blow Georgia out. Could not have been more wrong there. I kind of had a feeling this is the type of game Auburn would play. I didn't think it'd come down to the final possession.
Yeah, look, I
thought it'd be tight.
I thought it would be a little tighter too. But again, Auburn's defense played incredible, holding Missouri to 54 points on the road. You know, if you told me they're going to shoot 30%, a season low, and Jabari was going to go 2 of 15, you understand why they struggled. But again, they found a way to beat a struggling, not good team. Alabama lost to a terrible team that hadn't won a conference game since February 23rd of 2021.
It's been a while. What would the narrative have been if Auburn had lost? That in a moment. But first I want to remind you of our friends from Tom Beckby. They could not find the jacket they liked, an outdoor jacket that they liked. So the Tom Beckby people decided to make their own. They did that in 2015. They've got a great line that they've been working on ever since. Outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, or go online, tombeckby.com. That is BECKBE, tombeckby.com. So the narrative, if Auburn had lost, Bruce Pearl was asked that after the game from the dungeon in Columbia, Missouri. Here's what Bruce Pearl said.
If we'd have lost the game tonight, half of you would have written that, Auburn gets ranked number 1. They couldn't handle success. They didn't take Missouri seriously. It wasn't Kentucky. That's about the storyline for about half the stories. And that couldn't have been more inaccurate. When we were at Tennessee, we went to play Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt was a ranked team, a kid named Foster, and he played great. And we played pretty well, but they played better. Tonight, we didn't play very well. And we didn't play a great team, but we played a team that's really good at home, and a team that scores 72 points at home. And tonight they scored 54. So for us to hold that team down 18 points under their average at home, that tells you that we obviously took them seriously. We obviously played hard to get 25 offensive rebounds. We obviously played. We just didn't play well, and they had a lot to do with it. Not that we weren't ready to play or couldn't handle ranking.
One thing, he's wrong. It'd been more than 50%. I think that would have been almost everybody saying, Auburn did not handle number 1 well at all. They could lose to Missouri. The end of that, though, what he said there, if you think it was just an effort issue, they held Missouri to 18 points below their season average at home. That is not an effort issue.
Auburn just couldn't shoot it.
Yeah, that was a bad offensive issue.
It's as simple as that. Look, baseball on a given night, anybody can beat anybody. And basketball, it gets it's not as coin flip as baseball, but you're playing 30 games in a season.
Right.
And you're going to lose some of these games. When I said Auburn's going to go 28-3, that's them losing 2 more games. Didn't imagine Missouri could be one of those losses. But in a given college basketball season, there's a reason no one has gone undefeated wire to wire since 1976. It happens in football every other year. Basketball, it's just there's just going to be some of these nights.
So for those that weren't with us earlier, your opinion on how Conzo Martin handled the final possession was?
Well, I didn't necessarily have a problem with it. When I think back, there probably wasn't enough time. And, the way it played out is exactly what you couldn't have happen. KD misses the shot. Kessler gets his hands on it, tries to put it back, and by the time the ball goes out of bounds, clock's over. We had Wimp Sanderson on the show earlier. He agreed with you. You've got a foul. You said let the possession play out a little bit. Wimp says foul immediately, so it was really 3 different opinions. If Missouri would have gotten the rebound, they had 3.5 seconds, which I think with the timeout is still enough time to get off. Could have been a desperation shot. I'm kind of in between now. I'm kind of leaning more with you. I think you've at least got to play it to the timeline, play really good defense, try to force a turnover, shot clock violation. If you don't get it there, maybe you foul once they get it over the line.
So Wimp's opinion was, when he was with us earlier, foul right away.
Extend the game.
Yeah, extend the game, foul right away, foul in the backcourt. I thought you just had a set time like, hey, if we don't have the stop by 10 seconds, we're fouling. If they haven't shot, if we haven't forced a turnover, if we haven't already fouled, 10 seconds, we're fouling. I got to leave some time on the clock.
I think that might be too much for the kids. It's
Maybe
almost
so.
Timeline. They cross half court, we're fouling.
Yeah, we're fouling. If for whatever reason, we don't have the ball by then, we're fouling. I just thought you used a strategy that had to go perfectly to work. And it almost went perfectly because you forced a missed shot. You had to do that. But like you said, all it took was Kessler tipping the ball, and now your strategy's shot.
Yeah, and even with the foul, we said this. You hit both free throws, you're still only down a possession.
That's right. And you got a timeout.
57-54 game. You're just coming off a three that Pickett had hit. By the way, I thought Martin did a great job dialing up that play out of the timeout to make that a 1-point game. But Auburn was lucky to escape. I mean, again, if you would have told Bruce, hey, you shoot 30% on the road, you're going to lose 9 times out of 10. It doesn't matter who the opponent is.
What if you have 19 turnovers on the road? Do you think you're going to lose that game?
That's not good.
Here's Nate Oates discussing how you play with 19 turnovers on the road. Spoiler alert, you lose.
I thought we had some hard playing guys out there tonight, but some of the turnovers were a little mind boggling. I don't have an answer on some of them, to be honest with you. I'm going to have to look at the film on some of them, but there was a variety of stuff, throwing the ball out of bounds. We had some charges. We knew that they would take charges, so some of that's maybe too aggressive. But we've got to clean them up. It's hard to win a game with 19 turnovers.
Yeah, I would agree, and they did not. You're playing the worst team in the conference. You're not going to beat them with 19 turnovers. That was shown.
Well, you've now lost. What did you say they are in Ken Palm? They're still in the top 20,
19th, yeah.
But you've lost 4-6, and the schedule is not going to get any easier.
Well, no, to your point, Lance, if you go by the Ken Palm, their next 3 games are against number 2, number 8, and number 7.
Yeah, and that's why I think they're probably going to go 0-3, a best case 1-2 coming out of these. And if you're Nate Oates, 1-2 puts you at 14-9. I guess the one you would, I don't know. What would be amazing? It would be so Alabama to beat Gonzaga, Houston, and Baylor.
That's what I was going to say.
And then start to continue to lose these SEC games.
Yeah, if you pinned me down and said they're winning one of these games, which one is it? I think I'd pick Baylor.
I think I would go Kentucky. Both those games are at home. I don't see them beating Auburn on the road.
That's the last one I would pick, in fact. That'd be third on my list.
Because I've got a feeling that atmosphere at Auburn will be similar to what we saw Saturday against Kentucky.
Yes.
No disrespect.
No disrespect, but it's going to be a really good atmosphere. I would agree.
Boy, just the way this Alabama team is playing with zero energy, they're not playing good defense, and they can't shoot it right now. That is a recipe for disaster. Now you're playing what could be, all 3 of these teams major Final Four potential.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Baylor's your defending champion.
Any one of these teams could be the Final Four.
Auburn's your number 1 team right now. And Kentucky, outside of the Auburn loss, where, by the way, their best player in Ty goes down 8 minutes into that game where they had a double-digit lead. These are all Final Four-like teams.
Later on, Lance will give you, at the Lance Taylor, his lock of the day. It is presented by Iron Mountain Construction, or as they want me to say in the Farmfolio chat room, they've been asking all day, Iron Mountain. Yes, Iron Mountain. Construction is available for assisting in new projects, daily maintenance, downturns, and more. Specialized industrial service and support includes plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators. For more information, call 205-781-1170 or visit them online, ironmountainworld.com.
Can I tell you, I jinxed myself yesterday. We had 4 consecutive winning days. We went 2-2 last night, so you lost juice. But our lock was Illinois.
Oh, boy, that was a
Illinois was up 15 in the second half. They're laying 2 to Michigan State, a team that had won 10 of 11. Now, Rockstar's favorite player, Kofi Cockburn. Can't call him Cockburn.
Why?
Didn't play.
Well, that's
he was
his
out
name.
last night.
Was he hurt? How did he get his injury?
He was out.
Burning injury.
They're up 15 in the second half. At the 5:33 mark to go in the game, if you were watching, Illinois did not score again and still won the game. The frustrating thing, a horrible call, Michigan State going to the basket. Illinois up 2. We'll take the push. We'll get out of there. We're still disappointed with that. They call a phantom foul with 0.2 seconds left. The kid has only attempted 3 free throws the entire year. Goes, of course, misses the first one. Tom Izzo has 1 timeout. You take the timeout. With 0.2 seconds, there's only one thing you can do, right?
That is right. Tip it in.
Yeah, you miss the shot, and you hope for some kind of crazy crash the board tip in.
That's all you can do.
The only thing you do.
Yep.
What does the kid do? He makes the shot. Game's over. They lose by 1. And we lose the lock.
Does this stuff burn you ever?
Oh, my God.
Did you yell a word, or did you just sit there looking like,
I was in shock again. When you go 5:33 without scoring at home, and some of the layups they missed, it was just really frustrating. Anyway, we're 2-2 last night. Bounce back tonight. We've got 5 games out there for you.
Check it out at the Lance Taylor. We put the wraps on another day after this.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
This hour of the next round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the Cardinal rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the next round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
The tradition of giving fine art continues with the Daniel A. Moore Alabama Christmas Gift Pack, including the new 2022 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar, featuring some of the most honored former Alabama players, one collegiate classic fine art print signed by the artist, and your choice of 4 Daniel A. Moore beverage mugs, all for only $79, a $115 value. Order now at danielmooreart.com or by calling 1-800-735-2787.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. Stone Creek Dental Care.
An incredible comeback that Lance is going to put in historical terms in just a few moments.
A reminder, if you're looking for the best firearm showroom in the state of Alabama, the best botanical team anywhere, you will find it at Nichols Outfitters. The inventory and expertise you get, just what you're looking for this hunting season. Exit 242 in Pelham. Online, nicholsoutfitters.com. So the Clippers last night are at the Wizards.
Yeah. Look, we don't talk a lot of NBA.
Right.
Multiple reasons.
Well, this is barely NBA.
Yeah, I mean, this is just an amazing story because no Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, both these guys have been hurt. The Clippers are down 35. They're down 66-31 with 1:20 to go in the first half. They are down 7 with 19 seconds left in the game. They come back and win this game, and how this happens without your two best players against the Wizards. So entering last night, teams were 1 in 16,239 over the last 20 seasons when trailing by 7 or more points with under 20 seconds remaining.
So, but they erased a 31-point Wizards lead?
35-point
35-point Wizards lead.
It's the second largest comeback in NBA history.
I mean, the old saying...
Without the two best players, by the way.
The old saying in the NBA is, hey, it's the NBA, everybody goes on a run. This is a little different than that.
Yeah, look, it was 17 going into the fourth quarter. Still a 17-point lead. You're supposed to be able to hold that lead.
The Clippers had an 80-point half.
They went up. And by the way, Tyronn Lue didn't even play his starters to start the second half.
That's how confident he was. Yeah.
But 1 in 16,239 over the last 20 seasons.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
If you had the Wizards' money line, that was a tough one.
That was a tough one to swallow right there. An 80-point half.
Yeah.
You don't see many of those, do you?
No. Don't see any of them.
80-point second half from the Clippers in that win. That's incredible. 1 in 16,000 plus is the all-time. And they managed to do it last night. 116-115, Clippers by 1 over the Wizards. I saw Joe Burrow just a moment ago, and I never thought of this. I don't have the tweet in front of me, but somebody tweeted us on the show yesterday and said Joe Burrow is Wyatt Langmore with a little better shower and better life decisions.
Yeah, he's Wyatt Langmore if he...
For those that don't know, Wyatt Langmore is a character on Ozark. If you've not seen Ozark,
if he was in a morgue for about 2 weeks.
Wyatt looks like Darlene Connor from Roseanne that's lost a little weight.
A lot of weight.
I saw when the guy tweeted us, it's a side-by-side photo. Joe Burrow's got some Wyatt Langmore in him.
No, I'd see that.
It's not that crazy.
The coloring, I mean, both of them are pasty white.
Yeah, it's the kind of like you're about to pass out white.
Does Joe Burrow sleep on the roof?
Why does he sleep on the roof? I've never understood that part of it.
It's probably good for your back.
He reads on the roof. He sleeps on the roof.
But Joe looks like he would have that cold, moist handshake.
Yeah, it's like your skin's clammy.
Yeah,
like you're a foot in the grave.
Yeah, it's hard to believe he can hold a football in that Cincinnati weather.
It really is.
But boy, he can.
I mean, I have so much respect for him.
There's a lot of women that love Joe Burrow.
Oh, I don't.
I can think of a couple of reasons why.
Well, yeah, I mean,
but I had this conversation with a couple of girls back when he was playing for LSU before he signed this, multi-million-dollar deal. They were like, Joe Burrow's hot.
He used to get compared to Macaulay Culkin. That's who people used to say he
looks
like.
Jim Brewer to me.
And Jim Brewer.
And Jim Brewer, there's no doubt he looks like Jim Brewer. And there's not a lot of women that would say Macaulay Culkin's hot, although he dated Mila Kunis for a long time.
Yeah.
Did he really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
That was probably when he was still getting residuals off Home Alone.
Probably so. But so it's Jim Brewer, Macaulay Culkin, and Wyatt Langmore had a kid. It's Joe Burrow. That's what we're saying.
Hey, can I give a shout out to old friend of mine?
I'd love you to do that.
Well, Mike Henderson's here, but Charlie Batella, we go way, way back. The Petrocelli's days. It's his birthday today. He came by to see us, both him and Mike, to say hello.
45's
Shocking,
never looked better.
they're drinking a beer. Blown away. It is 12:59 though.
Yeah, that's true. So it's almost 1 o'clock.
They love Bud Light. They love supporting this sponsor.
Happy birthday, Charlie. Thanks for the friendship over all the years. Thank you for joining us today.
Thanks for Matt Stafford.
Everything we did. That's right. We got you Jared Goff for your birthday. Everything we did podcasted at nextroundlive.com. We will see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Have a great night.